Good morning, everyone. Costa bro, what mean? Nothing yet. It's just like it's 4x like yesterday's rate. Chill out. I saw it. No hat was the catalyst. Oh Jesus. It said my hair was really long right now. Remember when everyone thought I was bald? We sus bussin'? You sussin' big bussa? Maybe. FTDs from some high volume days. Interesting or nah? Not really. They're not very high volume days, Freddy. Divide them by 4. Black and white camera for VAP. We'll see what happens. Yeah, historically, stocks don't do well the day they split. Hopefully, Jimmy beats those odds. Hey, Greg, I got a big problem with the split. When I opened my account, I had 400 times the number of shares, and the account was under the name Gherkin it. I think I might be a millionaire. Enjoy this $3 Ko-Fi. Thanks, man. I'm clicking the CC button next to autoplay on the stream, but it won't let me buy your covered calls. Crime? Sounds like they're turning your buy button off. I'd file a complaint. This 4X is going to mess with me for the next 2 months, probably. I'm sure it'll fix once the market opens. Fingers crossed, Carl. Yeah, so just so everyone knows, and I want to rub it in the faces of those who DRS their shares here for a second. Even fucking WeBull split the shares. WeBull, barely a step up from Robinhood, and my shares are split. Fuck you, nerds. Fuck you and your moms. So put their pickle puts on Girk's 4-to-1 hair split. Thank you, King Zach. Even Cash App split my shares. CS limit's adjustable like any other brokerage, except the range is really terrible. What's the next resistance for Tesla, or will it fall to 822 after the market opens? I don't know. It might just keep running. Cat was up this morning at one point. Visa's up like 1%. Oh, they had earnings. That's why. There's Tesla. I don't know about that, man. It might. Spy's up too. Spy looks like it's going for another test of 398. Getting very close to yesterday's high. At least DDS is having like a little MOASS. Where is it? There it is. This is the one. Ding ding. Wow, 19 August 22 calls and the .2 Delta strike is $50. Fun. Yeah, it is. Did you bail on your snap position? So I bailed on the options I bought because the IV rocketed. Um, but then last night I found out that I own 1,000 shares of it at like $12, and I did not bail on those. It's actually like 12.80 something. So that sucks real hard. I think I'm gonna bag hold those for a while. Someone bought deep out of the money GME calls for the pre-split value. Nice. Volume already over 1 million. Yeah, this is gonna be a thing now. We should have some upside potential here, I think. Hey, look, I can afford theta. Congratulations. Head to the gym to polish my glamour muscles in a few. I can't wait to check in when I'm back. See you in a bit, B-Days. Wondering if you thought that the critical margin line for GME was a thing or not. No, I thought it was complete bullshit, and that guy's a fucking idiot. We're talking about the same person that drew a magical rainbow chart and was like, this is technical analysis. Look at my lines. Where the fuck is my shares? Everyone needs to harass their brokers and make them accountable. Did you not get your shares yet? They have until the 25th to deliver them. After which they're fined, I think, every day for each day they're undelivered, but they should be delivered by then. You'll especially have a delay in receiving your shares if you bought them in the last 4 days, because they don't have to settle the due bills out till Monday. Do you have a chance to dissect the BBY buy-in from yesterday? Any thoughts? It's it's really interesting. I mean, it looks like the people who own a bunch of their like unsecured debt are trying to restructure that debt so they don't get fucked. Um, but I think with the warrants and stuff, it's really not a good position for Cohen. Like because it kind of caps share price at about $10. And as we all know, Cohen's cost basis is above that. So what I really think they're doing is they're trying to prompt Cohen to make a move, so that he buys more, increases share price, sells shares, and then pays them off. And now they have a shareholding in case that happens. Oof, doing ouchies. SPY starting to come down pretty hard. And Tesla slipped it. Hmm. Would you remind everyone that the 75% dip is an amazing opportunity to load up on this stock? Yeah, I'll try to. The special pickles like me out there, when do you anticipate the charts adjusting for the split so it's easier to compare historical price action? I'm not sure how long WeBull will take to adjust, but I think TradingView already has. What do you think about SPY puts about 30 days out? I actually like them quite a lot. Do you think the SPY will cross 400 today or hard rejection? Um, it could. I think it could cross. It's at 399 right now. Yeah, that's perfectly possible. If Prime closes their institutional custody business, does that mean they no longer offer total return swaps? Uh, Interesting. I don't think so. I mean, they can still do swaps through like a secondary, like a middleman, essentially, right? They don't need their own hold on, sorry. They don't need their own custody, like custody branch to handle those trades. Also, I doubt Prime is closing their entire custody business, maybe like one part of it. Are you still selling CCs on T+2 next week? I'd have to look into that a little though, GFount. If you can remind me after the stream, I'll try to take a look at it tonight. Sorry, one second. Stock price supposed to be less than the market price. So what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that's weird. Um, just that is needed. Sorry. Fucking around with Tesla positions. GameStop came up a little bit there. The next upside resistance on Tesla is quite high, I believe. Yeah, it's at like 850. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, I know about the iBorrow desk rate. It's just 4x yesterday's rate. I'm sure it'll go away. If it was like not just 4x, or if Fidelity had also followed suit by multiplying their bar rate by 4, maybe there'd be more suspicion. But Ko-Fi, oh, sorry. Bipolar Bear, I'm sorry about my behavior yesterday. It's okay. Every once in a while, someone makes money. I understand it. Congratulations. What's the next resistance for Tesla? Or okay, yeah. So next resistance is 850. Sorry about that. Time to buy Snap. I don't know. I'm gonna sell some fucking covered calls on it. Jesus Christ, Docky ripping again? Why did I close my calls? Ah, whatever. Come on, Tesla, you can do it. I love Tesla calls. Play the song, please. Bullish. Not sorry. I'm a bear. Congratulations, Bipolar Bear. XRT ripping. Uh, no, yeah. Moving up pretty hard. Jimmy, not so much. Although it may follow suit. There's going to be some active fund pressure at least. What's the time of the pro rata ETF obligations? When will we see them realized? In the case of Tesla and Nvidia, it looked a lot like they were. Hold on, let me move my stops. Oh wow, I got fucking clipped on that. Rough. All right, I'm out of Tesla. That was fun. Getting free 5 grand. Nope, not quite. There we go. Imposter. Oh, you have one of those. What's the time of so yeah, in the case of Tesla and Nvidia, it looked like they packaged it up into the next rebalance date on the ETFs, or like the next quarter. Probably the ETFs wrote forward contracts to balance their NAV, until the shares could be delivered at a later date. Do dividends pay monthly, yearly? Depends on the stock. Depends on the stock. Some pay weekly. What does the Mac Dork look like today? Uh, it's kind of like just in between things. Oh wait, that's not the right stock. um, I don't. I know Dork said he's still working on a bunch of stuff. The split fucked up all kinds of things, but I guess there's like a little upside room, maybe. I think we might move up in a little bit here. Or well, it's converging. I don't know how accurate this is now with the split though. We're almost bottomed out though, so not a lot of upside. That bipolar is an imposter. I am the real bipolar bear. I am also now a bear Dan. Oh, congratulations on being a Dan. How awesome for you. So none of my GME options held through the split are showing gain data. Just a bunch of asterisks. What mean? I have no idea. There's gonna be all kinds of weird bugs and shit today. Have you tried like closing and reopening your brokerage since market opened? That might help. What did the split have decreased the borrow rate by the 4? No. Like the percentage of shares borrowed should remain the same, right? Fidelity takes days to fix cost basis stuff after things like this or transfers. Yeah, I know. How am I supposed to close weeklies? Look up the price, set a limit sell for it. Do we need to go over percentages again? I hope not. Can we get a re adopted by Dan's? Re. How long after most splits is there a dip? How long does it usually last? Most splits usually result in a dip the day of the split. It can last a little while. Kind of depends. Oh, that reminds me. I need to fix this. Fucking 2FA. It was me. I was your imposter. Sorry. Just trying to fix this in my other brokerage. Is that not fucking updating? Shit. Oh, that's so weird. Okay. Never mind. Anyway, um now that we're post split, would you open some long call positions along with selling your CCs? Probably not at this price, no. Battle for 45 just doesn't have the same ring. Jimmy 4 times the split, dragging the SPY down again. I guess. Should I have stayed in Tesla? Nope, I made the right choice. Fantastic. It's taking to be boring downs. That's very possible. Oops. 5 minus 19th. 2 by 38. Place. Boom. $1,500 SPY scalp at open. You deserve an ice cream sandwich. Thank you so much, Gurk's ice cream sandwich. I appreciate it, man. Is Bob gonna keep running? I have no idea, dude. Did it have a little bounce there? Looks like a lot of the craziness from yesterday has died down a bit. Again, I think the bigger effect here from last night's news is that it's gonna force Cohen's hand in some way. 700,000 volume in the first 30 minutes? Not as juicy as I would have thought. On which? On GME? SPY hit 400. I saw. My broker, Saxo, sold my shares and rebought the amount for the split. Is this normal? Not really, but whatever, right? I assume you're in Europe. Depends on the country you live in. I wouldn't say it's the standard, but my shares still haven't split. Is that normal? Yeah, you may not see them until Monday or probably at the latest Wednesday next week, depending on what country you're in. And when you bought them. If you bought them last week or this week, after Monday, you may not see them until a little later next week. Do I also divide my support and resistance prices by 4? Yeah, I really don't think those are going to be the same anymore. We need to find new ones. I mean, you can divide the old ones, but it's not gonna be the same. Oh, this S&P fight at 4,000 is so important. All the calls are at or above, and all the puts are at or below. Also, IV on the spikes. SPX is so low right now, but spikes next week around FOMC. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna get crazier next week, right? What about resistance and support? Okay, I covered that. MOASS dead now because of the split. Hmm, less likely. We'll see. We'll see what like people do with the liquidity, right? If we don't see a lot of big sell-offs, it's perfectly reasonable to think that, uh not MOASS, but like, a squeeze potential remains on the table. As long as GameStop remains illiquid, right? I have my shares today, and I'm from Sweden. Fake shares? Good question. There's no such thing as fake shares, right? I had the same issue with Jimmy and Saxo, and the selling price was 186. I have no idea. Give them time to adjust the cost basis and shit. I don't want to spend an entire day answering questions about fucking weird broker like but data bugs and shit like that. It'll all fix itself. Give it a few days. This is really common during splits. All new psychological levels are gonna develop. Yeah. Tesla dead? I wouldn't I probably wouldn't risk playing the upside right now. Especially if it breaks below VWAP here, which it looks like it's gonna. I'd be careful. If anything, I might get some I might just get some 830 puts. Fuck, I love Tesla Zero DTEs. Christmas. Um, it's LCCs today. Is it worth it? OPEC cycle's dead because of the split? We won't know. And if we continue to see compounding obligations, if they short us, if we get that big fat negative delta, things will look promising yet again. I think, if nothing else, there will likely be one more big failure event and run left in it before things start to stabilize. At a minimum. And I do think there's a very good possibility that we just saw volatility players pull back over the last couple weeks since the split was announced, and they'll just pile right back in because trading volatility on GameStop is immensely profitable. Yep, that was the right choice. Set a stop on these. Um, Expecting the SPY to bounce between 397 and 409 until news comes in mid next week. Kind of, yeah. I could see it chopping. I think it'll actually drop to like the 395 level. Hold on. So I actually think that like if it continues to fail this test of 400, it's likely to fall back towards 395. And then into next week, it may drop as low as 390 going into the Fed meeting. I don't think it'll go as high as 410. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I'm not saying it's not possible given that it's broken out, but it's a bit much. There's pretty hard resistance at 403. You know, when those 400s go in the money, there's a good chance they capitulate. Or 4,000s on the SPX, depending on which one you're trading. Tesla will pull back to 832 before dropping more, most likely. Could, yeah. Although, I'm not going to say this looks particularly bullish right now. I see some trades filling like way out of the money. Too early to enter SPY puts? No, I think the timing's good, but you need theta. So why did RC move the stock split date? SPY's the last day for possible ups on the SPY. It's gonna tank next week. Maybe the middle of next week. Probably not right away. Is there still some weekly OI on the chain to sell off or exercise today? Yeah. It's definitely a possibility. What dates are you looking at in the money CCs for GME? Oh, I'm not yet. Probably not till after next Tuesday. Have you ever entertained the theory that James Rowland is same like Stefan? No, Stefan comes up with his own shit and his own theories like an adult. He doesn't just plagiarize people and then once he's run out of things to plagiarize, fall back on shitty like data sources. It's like, look, guys, I found a way to see the inside of the funds. Nonsense. Do we expect BBY to run if they accept the Freeman offer? It could, but I don't think you'd want that as someone who's long on the stock, if I'm being honest. Didn't we just have a big unstable run above Gamma Max? No, we haven't crossed Gamma Max since March. Oh, I see what you're saying. So there's no reason to expect a big drop, justifying in the money covered calls. Oh, I think there's reasons to expect a drop. I don't know if it has anything to do with the OPEC cycles. So far, looking close to right. Tesla pulled back to 832.09. Yeah, yeah, it just tapped it. I don't know. I'm playing a retest in like the low Yeah, probably 825. I'd be okay with hopping out, but I think it could drop lower potentially. We'll see if it holds. I have stops, so I'm not really concerned. What's the SPY doing? Yeah, this doesn't look good for it. How's the Mac Dork look? It's, I don't know. I'm not sure how accurate it's going to be after the split, because I think a lot of changes need to be made to adjust for the differential in volume. CTB is 124%. Yeah, but it's not. It's probably not. That's just like 4x yesterday's rate, right? GM max 4750. I don't know if any of that data is accurate today. Still buying GMA 4 shares at a time. Too lazy to calculate this split price. I haven't checked the timing belt. It could have slipped. When BBY negative beta, I don't know. I mean, it ran up a little yesterday on the news, but it doesn't seem to be performing as well today. I'd be wary. I'd also be really surprised if BBBY took the offer. UK APR IG the broker can confirm I got my shares. Nice. The SR channel indicator and trading view is great for support and resistance for the community. FYI, yeah, you can use SR channel. You can use Bollinger Bands. You use a Keltner channel. You can use EMA in like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 ranges, or you can use a wider EMA at 30, 60, 90, 120, 180. Like if you guys need resistance support for today, so we start to like build up some actual levels. September 19's enough theta, you think, for the spy puts? I've just been buying August 19's. I'm not really. 395, 390, 385, 380. Yeah, that's probably not too bad. And it definitely gives you plenty of time to realize some gains. God, I love Costco. Did want to get some 390s. A little overpriced though. Hmm. So TDA options hold through a split one update on pricing for 1 to 2 days. Kind of jacked given the theta decay. That's rough. You can just price them yourself. You know that, right? Like you don't need their pricing model. You can just go look at what options price do you need right now? I'll just give it to you. I make no claims to the accuracy of the data, but I can give you a rough estimate of the current price. Sorry if I already answered. Any expectation before August OPEX? Are you expecting big downs to then? We'll see. I mean, if we start to see concentrated shorting, that's kind of like a good sign, usually. Especially if it's not coming in the form of share sales, but in the form of options, implying that, you know, the borrowability of GameStop remains illiquid and synthetics are still the ideal choice. A computer share order from over a week ago filled today at the pre-split price. However, I was not given the stock split. This had the effect of vaporizing 75% of my cash shares in the purchase order. Okay, so Jacob, you should still receive, if you bought GME at the pre-split price, you should still receive the additional shares. You may just have to wait a couple days. Even with computer share, due bill redemption is settled through their brokerage. Um, so yeah, if you filled at the pre-split price like yesterday, you still may have to wait till the 25th, 26th to get your shares. I'm sure if you call them, they will confirm that with you. Because any trade transacted at the previous price would have a due bill attached to it. EPM looking to continue, possibly break its resistance. Maybe. I don't know. It still looks good. I'm still in it. I'd be careful with it now, though. I should actually set some stops as well. This is like it looks really good, but it's getting real. It's starting to get real tight here at this like this 340 resistance has been really strong. It popped up a little bit above it back in May. But yeah, it's been pretty stodgy. So it may not break. I would start to really pay attention to it at these levels. What do I want to set a stop for? 330? Yeah. Oh, it's gonna fall $3 just on a slip. I was worried because they distributed the split for my existing holdings already. Yeah. I would still call them, Jacob. Make sure. But yeah, you should have a due bill redemption attached to those. Cat's a 178. Uh, yeah, I probably should have gotten out of my Septembers this morning and waited to buy back in, but I might get another opportunity in the midday here. Everything looks like it's kind of starting to stabilize a little bit. Spy's coming back a little. It's looking kind of strong. It could get rejected here, but I would say it's got a better chance of crossing VWAP. I've got time on my Tesla puts, right? Yeah, I'll just fucking straddle it. All right. What do I want to look at? Oh yeah, Visa. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna take profits on like half of that. really doesn't give a shit about the rest of the market. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage positions, some stuff that I've been carrying for a little while. Yeah, I saw the borrow thing. It's just 4x yesterday's rate. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it yet. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Do we owe taxes on the gains of our shares past split? The split showed up as the pre-sale. No, the fucking the split shares have the same tax holding period as the share they were split off of. God damn it, turd. When Google back to 2K per share, I need a new jet ski. It's gonna be a while, Lawrence. 20 years? Uh 3938 CCs for today's expiry have a delta under 0.2. Would they be worth the risk right now? 3938. Is that a fucking actual strike? Jesus Christ. That's August. They're $15. Is that even worth it? And they're for some reason 0.17, 0.18 delta. I mean, the liquidity in these is gonna probably die off, but it's kind of risky. Like, they should be a higher delta contracts. I think they're just mispriced because of the weird strike. Is that like a common occurrence? Yeah. God, gross. I mean, those are like those should be like a 2 point or 0.24, right? Move to Cyprus, no taxes. Yeah, it's true. Sherwin-Williams ripping. It's a good stock. Snap is a good long play now? I fucking hope so. All the kids I know are still using it every day. I mean, I feel like their earnings misses are just so small that it's really not as big of a deal as the market's making it out to be. It could be a while though till we see higher, like, it trading at a higher PE again. Zillionaire, not sure if you got it or not, but I didn't hear the song. I probably missed it. Oh, Jacob, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get back to you after the stream and get you added to the country club.
But we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510.
Another 22 contract. Yeah. It's a bit. Everything's gonna be fucking wonky today, especially the options data.
Might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber.
I tried to do Gamma Max and I kept getting like 430. I know JFresh's data was fucked up today. Bob's data is probably fucked up. I don't know if Yelia has it adjusted or not, but probably not. Also not adjusted for today. Can you talk a bit about the effects of the split on the market mechanics, specifically the option side of things? Or we can see a lot more options interest, but it should theoretically create more liquidity. We'll see if that's true or not in the coming weeks. They were on par with GME before, like 100K or so lost per quarter. I think they have a lot more cash on hand than GameStop, though, right? Also, way different business models. BBY missing earnings. Like, they should be losing money. They're a social media platform. They usually run on like a negative balance for quite some time. Have we already speculated on new highs for GME? No. VIX moving fast, SPY still ripping. Something is lying. We'll see. I don't think the VIX is moving that fast. We may be seeing some like early pricing and a volatility for next week as well. Try climbing back a little. I exited half my Septembers this morning. Smart move. Considering holding and just following the price for a while. Yeah, I mean, I wish I'd gotten out of my Septembers at 82.50 because that is a hard resistance. But I was busy managing other stuff. So if I get another opportunity at like 181, 182, I might bail on some of the Septembers just because they're up so much, right? And I can probably get a nice deal on them later. Coffee and hydrate. Weird day, gonna hibernate. Take it easy today, my friend. Thank you so much, Bithead. Have a nice nap. Another quick question about CSPs on Jimmy specifically. What would be the Greek values it would be ideal to look at to capitalize on the most value from them with premiums? I mean, ideally, when you're selling CSPs, the most profitable range is like point 0.3, point 0.4. It's also the highest risk. Um, JFresh posted some new charts. Let me see here. What do we got? Close my calls. I'm just gonna break up. Ooh, 350 test. Just gotta roll my puts out. This isn't the delta neutral stuff. This is GME puts. That's on balance delta, right? So those are going up. Fucking huge weekly put buying. And also huge weekly call and bi-weekly call buying. Is that coming down? I couldn't tell if that was like the end of the time frame or if it was coming down or not. Nothing to show yet. Weekly calls got stuffed. Weekly puts are flowing in hard. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. So weekly's bailed on the call side, and then the bi-weekly calls kind of stabilized, but yeah, puts coming in hard. Okay. I see it. That makes sense. How far back did you talk about CSPs? I'd like to rewind and watch it. But did I? I fucking timed the top of Tesla perfectly. Now go down to 825 and make me happy. Come on. I think there's an alternative name. RC was in on it before and approved. I have no idea. Do you think some market pricing in today gets SPY below 396? More so pushing back up to the 400 levels at this point. I think it can just chop. It may not start dropping until next week. It doesn't look good right now. It looks like it got rejected off 400 and then rejected when it tried to move above VWAP. So, rejected at 400, then 399, and then continuing to move down. Like this isn't I wouldn't say this is bullish. When would you enter Tesla puts? I have some already. Tried the indicator yet? Not yet. I'll probably get to play with it this weekend, Stefan. Because like when I start doing research for like pickles picks, like Saturday, I'll probably get a chance to fuck around with it then. Can we get a pickle riding the dragon? We'll see. You're still bullish on wheat. I mean, I'm in wheat. It's really not pricing up at the rate I would expect. Although, you know, I still have a lot of time on it, so we'll see. I think the lack of supply is not yet priced in. Hmm. Hmm. Wow, the floor is $122 million per share. What are your thoughts based on these facts? Jesus Christ. Have puts expiring next Wednesday. Should I shed them before the weekend then? On what? What's the difference between standard candles and the ones you're using, Ashi? Um, like Hank and Ashi candles create a smoothing effect. So if you look at like standard candlesticks, you'll see that they're far more volatile. It's hard to see today because we don't have as much volatility, but they are more volatile over longer periods of time. So Hengen Ashi opens like at the mid, which creates a smoothing effect and makes it easier to identify trends. Depending on what you're looking at, some stocks are super liquid, it's not an issue. GameStop's, you know what's the coolest thing about today? And I'm just gonna come out and say this because it's persisted for long enough now. GameStop's fucking bid ask spread is still 20 goddamn cents. If that doesn't tighten up over the next week, bullish. I appreciate it, Stefan. I will check it out. If you're looking to open CSPs for wheeling, what data do you look at to make your decision on a specific contract? Well, the first question I ask myself is, am I willing to buy this stock at this price? Um, the second question I would ask myself is, am I going to get assigned on this? Which, you can use your delta values to calculate, or technical analysis, prevailing market trends, things like that. I would use long-term and short-term trends to determine that. And that's probably about it. If I don't want to buy it, I'd probably sell a contract that I would ensure that I did not get assigned on. If I do want to buy it, then I would sell a contract that would likely get assigned. Wait, did I say the same thing twice there? No, I didn't. I said different things, right? I can't remember. Snap was absolutely eviscerated. It's the missed percent I've lost on a contract overnight. Incredible. You should have played Docu, Popcorn Trader. It's the COVID. TBLT gapping up. Interesting. Ugh. Gross. How dare you talk about stocks that don't have options on them? Why would you do that, Stefan? What the fuck, bro? It's my birthday tomorrow. It's not too late to gift a poor man some calls. Sell some CCs, turd. Go out for a nice dinner. Next week calls are starting to sell off too. Gross. Do you have a video explaining covered calls? Yeah, on our other channel, School of Stock. There's a cover call video. Make sure you like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for any new content that probably won't come out. Snap 819, $12, decent play. No, I like options. Lack of options doesn't mean less manipulation. It just means less of some kinds of manipulation. DMMs can still just make shares, right? Does anyone know what the new critical margin line is? There isn't one. It's fake. I was gonna say, don't you dare insinuate you'll make new School of Stock videos. You won't. You're correct. No, that's not true. I will. It's just I hate making them. I hate so much making them. Initially, I tried to pretend like I was just too busy, which I was. But I probably could have found time. But the real truth of it is I just fucking hate making them. I hate it with a passion. I bet 3.5 Jimmy's that Bobby's going to be exactly $5 end of day. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Is it true that the inverse of the critical margin line is the demand zone? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hypothetical question. If you lost money last week on a 160, would buying 460 within 30 days make it a wash sale? No. Even if, I think even if they have the same expiration, it wouldn't. If they have a different expiration, it definitely won't. If you sold one share of Gmail on Tuesday, do you still get the dividend on Friday? No, you do not. That's sad. I like the school stock videos. The CC one is really good. Thanks, Pigeon Teeth. CSP video next, por favor. Oh. Already paid for the first semester. What are you talking about? There's no tuition. The channel's not even monetized. Nihilo. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
School Stock channel dead then? No. It's not dead. It's just, you know, I'm not gonna like push content out because I'm not a fucking like YouTuber and I don't give a shit. So content will come out on it when I feel like doing it. But it's not gonna be like something where I like create weekly videos and do things and like it's like the cost, like the time cost for reward is terrible. Do you hate making videos because the effort on the back end to edit them? Mostly, yeah. No, it's easy for me to like plan it out and cover what I want to cover. That part's fine. I just fucking hate video editing. I hate video editing. More importantly, I hate using any Microsoft Office product. That's mostly the crux of it for me. Like, no offense to people who use Excel and, you know, other Microsoft Office suite products every day. But I've been too successful in life to have to open those programs. And I don't want to pay someone else to do it. So it's just not getting done. Do you see a scenario where the FCM proposal causes RC to sell and bail? Yeah. It's almost 2x what you get for selling now. It's still super shitty though, right? So now that my 160 August C, I mean, his cost basis is 15. I really don't think so. I think the more likely scenario, OG, is that he actually buys in. takes over more control of the board if he can, and then yeah, moves forward with his plans for the company, not tying up baby in some debt deal. What was your worst loss when you started trading? Oh, I had a couple positions fucking get burned like 80-90%. Everyone does. But you don't YOLO your whole port on any one position. It's not a big deal. Total exercise options volume. No. You can just check OI the following day. But that's the best you can get. You'll never know you'll probably never know the exact amount of options exercised. Not accurately. Unless you're an institution or the market maker writing them. You see my TADD. Let me edit your videos. That's no. The day you start making weekly videos on School of Stock is the day I unsubscribe and cancel my membership. Thanks, Stanfley Gerksblomea guy. If I could get someone else to do them, I just make like 5 a week. I just don't want to do the stuff. $36.50 support? No. You should gather a group of friends to be your video production team, complete with hair, makeup, so you can storm off into your trailer in a huff while someone is powdering your nose. Back when I was doing your timestamps, I told you I'd help you edit videos if you just record it, and if you mess up, just keep going and record. Stick it in a share drive and I'll edit it. I have someone who helps me. I have someone who helps me edit, but I still have to make slideshows. I don't know. Maybe I can figure out a format where I don't use slideshows, and that would be better. Three handies behind the Wendy's. Could get that done in like 5 minutes. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate the offer, Yeti. Yeah, but I like to keep all the money I make every year, Stefan. You don't you don't make more money hiring employees. Well, maybe. But YouTube money is like not great. Just play brown chicken, brown cow in the background. Penis. Nice. Have someone else make your videos and deep fake your face on them. To avoid slideshows, how about you write up a script for the next SOS video? Just have us cut the video from existing footage from daily streams. Would probably be hilarious. That sounds kind of funny, actually. Maybe. I was trying to keep the two things separate. Tell that to Mr. Beast. Yeah, but that's not like me, right? You just need mid-south, upper Midwest living expenses. Oh. No one watches old daily streams. You'd be surprised. Like, the OPEC streams get watched so fucking much. Like, people just go back for like a little bit of copium. Yeah, I see you all doing it. Don't lie. Yeah, the shirtless one, especially the part where I take the shirt off, uh, really has like a disturbing amount of view time. Are these prices, do you think Snap can get bought out? I I wonder if that's the goal. People that actually want you to make more stock videos every day are forgetting the reason why we watch you do this every day. We come here because you don't do the YouTube nonsense. Fair. Alright, made my 30 PUSD on 0 DTE scalping plays. I'm done paper trading for the day. Congratulations, Dork. Your paper US dollar gains are envious. People should be envious of them. What are... We don't have them. Mags. There's no gamma neutral, gamma max. It's all fucked up because of the split. How soon will you know obligations are due, compounding, and the next cycle is possible? Probably a couple weeks. My commute is an hour on 2x. If I miss during the day, I make up on the ride. Huh. Well, give the cult what we want. Pay an animator on Fiverr. When people ask questions that you deem important, go deep on the explanation. Let them animate your explanation. Interesting. I don't know what Fiverr is, but that sounds cool. Problem with the snap buyout is co-owners have complete voting control. The tradable shares have no voting rights. Yeah, I know. But maybe they're trying to sell out, right? Can you give us your best clickbait YouTuber impression? Like, what's up, YouTube? It's your boy Gurk with another crazy trade video. Ugh. I tried. Clip it. Blow me. SPY consolidation below VWAP bullish, or is this just a bear pennant? Mm, that's tough. Technically bullish, but not very. Yeah, it's gonna break, but I'd watch the upside potential on it. Look how shitty the volume is. Fivers where you hire nerds. Oh, okay. Nacked doucher. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Like Uber, but with graphic design artists and stuff. Interesting.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC.
You did that all too well. Oh, I can do it. I choose not to. That Joe motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke. Guy coming up with some volume. Good. Not anymore, it's not. Fucking VWAP. Even if you don't love her, you have to respect her. Just tuning in this AM. What are your thoughts on Snap? I'm sorry you got burned on your calls. You could have done like me and sold them before close. And then later on remembered that you owned way too many shares. Here are 5 stocks that will gamma squeeze soon. Hedge funds made a mistake? Oh, God. I fucking hate YouTube. That was fucking disgusting. I know. Any chance you can change your on-screen Jimmy price to white? As been colorblind, I struggle to see it on your screen. If it's possible to do it, of course. I don't know if it is. Can't make it bigger either. I think it'll just reflect like the positive and negative for the day. I don't know. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can change. I don't want to change any of the other colors to white, but I'll see if I can change that. I can do it here. Nope. Are 390 spy puts for next week viable, or do they need more time? I bought some. Well, not for next week, but for August. Will Tesla break 845? I don't think 845 is really the resistance you need to worry about. I'd be far more concerned with 850. Jimmy has a 5-cent spread. Bullish. NBBO right now is 15 cents. 15.8. 30. Yeah, it's still really, really fucking wide. Holding some 729, 35C cost basis, 175. Not sure what to do with them. I really don't have any bullish expectations for like the coming week. Maybe Tuesday we might see another pop, especially if a lot of options are exercised today. Although I just don't think there's a lot of options. Do you think FCM was our shorter? No, I don't think so. They just want their debt paid, right? Does the split make any difference using XRT to short? If the shares aren't returned to XRT, then yeah. So if XRT still has the same amount of pre-split shares because they've loaned them out, it could be a really big problem. Same with the other ETFs, right? Because even if they rebalance their NAV with a forward contract, they're still not gonna have the shares on hand to lend. I don't think it's gonna affect anything for like till the end of the quarter, but Fidelity is about 5 cents. Just saw it drop to 3C for a bit. Hmm. I'm looking right now, and there's 36.13, 36.30 Nasdaq. Next is 36.10, 36.30. It seems like it's staying pretty wide. And then, divided. It should be like just divided by 4 anyway. So it should be lower today. I feel like I've seen it as high as like 37, 40 cents. We'll see if what we're looking for really is if it's narrowing. My Gen 200C were suddenly up 98%, so I bought to close. I haven't received my divvy share yet. What do you think will happen? Nothing? I mean, you probably won't get your 98%, but you'll get like your $50 call price. Well, it'll still be 98%, but it'll be over 3 contracts. 3 more contracts. Gotta look at the NBBO detail book to get the true bid ask. Like 9 cents right now. Yeah. Okay. 5, 8. Yeah, I mean it's bouncing around, but multiply it by 4 pre-split, right? It's within our previous range. That's useful. I wonder why that's more why that's tighter than the other one. That's because it's multi-exchange, or no? Sounds there. Huh. Interesting. Oops. What about puts, IWM, QQQ? You're gonna do those as well? Yeah, I've already started buying them. I do think IWM might be best, just because it ran so much harder. That's lame. What a nice day. What the fuck happened to Tootsie Roll this morning? I do have the subscription to the NBBO data. I collected 2,000 premium for each gen, 200cc a week ago, and just bought back for like 60 each. Did I get free money? Yeah. Sounds like it. Although, you say you got 2,000 premium, but I don't know how many you sold. I think it's possible Tesla slips past 825 and 812 today, or do you think that's too bold? I don't know. I rolled my puts out till next week. I think it's time to buy puts on GME for 819. You could. I mean, the range is kind of shitty. Well, maybe it's not that bad. I guess it could fall to like 30. I don't want to talk about it. I don't understand how a split benefits GME more if potential liquidity is introduced. Well, because it can also create buyers where there were not buyers before, and then reduce liquidity, right? It's more which factor is going to be greater, the creation of additional liquidity, or the tying up of more shares. Thoughts on pulling a Bell Delphine and selling Trader Guy bathwater? I wouldn't buy it, but I know some people in here would. Well, I'm not going to do it if you're not buying it, Walford. Is this shorting or just people dumping? Probably both. I mean, it's mostly call dumping, I think. Too risky if one doesn't want to get assigned. Well, I mean, if you don't want to get assigned at that price, $33 next week. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of risk there. It's like a 20-30% chance, roughly, of assignment. It's not so bad. Each one is, what, 3,600? You get 100 back. It's 2% return on capital for 1 week. I mean, it's pretty good. beats the shit out of a savings account. Does it really create more liquidity? It does, because it encourages selling. So it doesn't actually create liquidity, but it encourages selling. And it encourages trading of the underlying, which mimics liquidity. Do you expect RC buying more shares this weekend? No. Why would he buy more shares? If anything, I would expect RC to maybe sell some shares in the next 30 days. Why is WeBull Delta so much different than Fidelity? I don't know. Supposedly Weebulls is like live. I usually double check it against IBKR. Doesn't a split create more shares? No, it just splits the current shares. What do you think? Down to 25 first or up to 45 for Jamie in the next few weeks? I would say the downside is more likely for the next couple weeks. Are you out of Bobby? If not, how long before you are? I'm out of my August calls. I'm gonna continue to. I'm even more interested in Bobby now, but I'm gonna continue to see what their plans are come August, and see what's going on with Cohen's potential to double down. They're really shorting us hard right now. Sure. I don't agree, but if you could have chosen between a split or no split, what would you have been your pick? No split. At least we split at a higher price. Not a lot higher, but a higher price. So that was good. Why would people sell if the value of their investment didn't change? It encourages the selling because they have more shares, right? Because people are stupid. There's hundreds and hundreds of studies done on the behavior of market participants after a stock split, even though the value of their underlying investment has not changed. Repeatedly, time and time and time again, they sell shares, some percentage. Reduction in leverage for institutions, reduced risk in the position because their leverage is increased. Well, except one's supposed to happen and disappeared. The other's just complete horseshit. Can we confirm? I'm dumb. SS is a good sample of that. Doesn't that make it smart to sell before the split? Theoretically. But year over year, there's generally price improvement. So going into the split, right? Participants generally sell shares. Then, for the next 5 years, the underlying tends to outperform the market. Yeah, most people don't know that though, right? So like they sell off here because the price of their stock is dropping. They have more shares. Institutions want to, de-risk from the new increased leverage. There's a lot of reasons that people sell in this period. But one way or another, it encourages some selling. GameStop probably less than most other stocks would. I mean, Tesla split, and after Tesla split, it dropped. It was no small percentage. I think in the week following its split, it dropped. Hold on, I can just check. 34%. RC has always promised shareholder value. Yeah. And if you bought when Ryan Cohen bought, you'd be quite wealthy, wouldn't you? It's shareholder value is relative. If you bought the stock at its highest, like its 52-week high, then yeah, you're not going to realize value for quite some time, right? A lot of shills in chat today, bullish. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Well, wheat. Ukraine and Russia signed an agreement in Turkey today to open exports via the Black Sea. Yeah, the problem with that, though, is like that sounds bullish, but there's nothing to export. They've been at war and they haven't been growing anything. So it's the supply that's the issue, not the route to get the supply to market. Shills seem like non-blind followers. No, shills mostly just like idiots that don't understand how the market works or understand how businesses are run. Well, understand much, if anything, but they have opinions, so they're loudly incorrect. Yeah, MP3 of the VUP song for distribution cracks me up. I'll I'll see if he's posted it in the Discord. And it was expected that we dropped today, but the options chain is falling like a rock. Is this repositioning? Partially, yeah. There's a lot of weird strikes on the chain right now, so we should definitely expect a lot of repositioning today. Did people think we were gonna like open up in MOASS? What do you think GM will go back up? Like next quarter? Next few weeks, maybe? And then next quarter? There'll be fails. I mean, from this split. I'm jacked on the split as I cut my cost basis to 120.75. Praise be to Lady View up. Congratulations, Velvet Jupiter. You're still winning highest cost basis awards at the end of the year. Yeah, I already saw the cost to borrow. It's just, I would ignore it for today. Buy back for 1K profit or get assigned at 35. Who says you'll get assigned? They're only 70 cents off the mark, right? OPEC's extinct? We don't know yet. We'll have to see. Volatility players can just come right back in, right? They could just we've discussed this a bunch in the past. You know, when the position is not beneficial to them, they can walk away. And when it is, they can come back. And it's very possible that they just stepped away during the split period, because why fuck with it? It's too much risk. I was told that the NFT marketplace and Jamie split would lead to Jamie being $69 million. Was it all just a ruse? Yeah. It's frustrating when people misinterpret what RC says or what the company comes out and says. They aren't prioritizing making shareholders rich. The clear priority is to make a great company. Yes, which will then make shareholders rich. That's the idea. That's how you beat the shorts. We discussed the 7K in the money puts bought today. Almost like someone doesn't want the price to go up. And someone probably doesn't want the price to go up. Any chance my 4x 155 calls to at least break even? Probably not. Are they for today? Do they expire today? War chip overlock? We might see some T+2 action, Ornate, but maybe not. BBY is almost back to the price it was at before the announcement. Surprised you didn't buy puts on GME today. Just being nice. Who said I didn't buy puts? I'm long volatility. Hey Girk, I got called into work today and couldn't watch. Was bullish yesterday and bought at the money calls for next week. Apologize, but is this what you and Dork have seen in the options? Bullish or bearish? I mean, Dork doesn't really do the options chain. That's JFresh. Bullish or bearish for next week? Bearish. I like to cut my losses, but not sure when to. I mean, I don't think next week looks very good for the options chain. There's a little bit of interest picking up, but overall, kind of shitty. Hey, at least our options delta is way down today. Like the delta volume is way down today. Isn't the vol players walking away RC's goal to begin with? I mean, they'll just come right back if it stays illiquid, right? They're not going to give up, you know, like $1 billion a quarter. And if they do, there's still 50 other stocks they do the same shit on. They're gonna start selling covered calls soon. I sold some earlier. Ugh. I don't think they filled though. Like I placed an order, but I don't think they filled. I think the price would have to go up. If it doesn't, then I'm just gonna wait till Tuesday because they're kind of far out. They're like 0.1 delta. But I think unless we see an IV spike, it's probably not gonna fill. The best way to buy something like an Apple and strike it big is to stick it out with the next success story through thick and thin. Some of them might not make it, but RC is attempting with 2. Yeah, I agree. It's there is a buy and hold is an effective investment strategy. Boring as shit, but effective. Thanks for answering my question before. I made some money last week following your real-time price prediction. Awesome, Robbie. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. Yeah, not a problem. I think we run on Tuesday next week. We could a little bit. We'll see. There's a lot of puts for today expiring, so maybe. If you would position yourself for August OPEX, when would you do it? Be aware that I don't see a lot of obligations to that date yet, but probably by like the 5th or 12th. Actually, I might even wait until like the 17th. Maybe like the 17th. 17th, 18, 19 during the SLD period. Tesla getting close to 825. I know. I have time on them. Did I still sell the top? Yes. Haha. I'm so happy about selling the top. Look at this pile of shit. Would we argue that buy and hold is the most effective strategy to make money long term? People need to stop being impatient and just make money on other stuff or wheeling the stock. Yes. Tesla about to hit 825, holding 0 DTE, 840 puts. Time to bail. 825 is not actually the resistance, it's at 822. But it is a psychological level, so watch it, but I think you're probably okay if you have 840s. That's what I rolled to also. I don't have 0 DTEs though, so I might wait a little longer than you. You should be way the fuck up right now though, especially if you got those 840s out of the money. Just wait till the CS orders hit today. We'll be back to 150s in no time. Draw some lines on GME. Sure. I got you, JC. What CCs are you selling? I was gonna sell 40s, but the price I have them at, I don't think they're gonna fill. Maybe I should move them down. See, that's different. What? It's like 5.05 delta off. Why the fuck is that? The options chains everywhere super fucked up today. That's a single line. 2 lines minimum. Sure. Nice, Stefan. Be a risk taker. Sell them at 35. I'm not gonna lose long-term holdings for that. I know about TBLT. It's been running all day. It doesn't have options. I don't care about it. It looks good though. It's probably gonna break higher. If it breaks 9, maybe 11.36. I'm seeing the most crazy 150 price drops on the SPY 3 times now. I think institutions are unloading their positions onto retail and going short. I don't think you're wrong. I mean, they started positioning really heavily to the short side on like IWM and NASDAQ like the last 2 days. So I think like DIA and SPY are just like a little slower to realize like the Dow and SP or like Dow and SPX. They're a little slower to realize that short position, but it's coming in. Also, like a lot of capitulation at 400 too. Any idea why Bobby is a bloodbath today? Well, because they had an announcement yesterday, and then that's it, right? Like, so it ran on the announcement, and then no news today. Shouldn't have held my August 200s overnight. Down 50% today. Don't know if it's because of the mispriced options data. Seems too violent. Well, we're trading at 140 right now. IV's dropping, so we're not getting like a big bump in IV because we're downtrending hard. Twitter personality will meet mentioned TBLT the day before it started running. Sus. I think it's been like a lot of people have been talking about it. I know Stefan was talking about it like last week. Nice box him. What are your IWM positions? Hold on. I have them over here. I don't remember my expiries. I have 180 July 29th. And then I have 178 for August 19th. This is starting to get really weak on like the bottom resistance. Key Life, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate it. MOASS dead? Have you been here for the last 6 months? No one can explain how the split is bullish because it's not. I mean, it will be, but further out, right? Like it will create a large amount of fails, most likely. Almost every dividend split that I've found so far has created huge amounts of fails. Well, dividend split I found so far that has high ETF exposure has created huge amounts of fails, like about a quarter out. So I think no matter what, like we still have one more like big VUP run left in the tank. And for all we know, OPEXs can continue. This 30-60 EM across is potent over and over again. It seems to cross before massive breakouts on longer intervals. 4, 3, 2. Yeah. Yep, that signifies that buyers are buying higher, right? Over a long period of time, too. So it's not just, it's not just like exuberance, right? It's really a higher valuation indicator. Like they're valuing the underlying higher over and over again. Next resistance Tesla after 822, 808. My Tesla 800C 0 DTE is up 50% in 2 minutes. Is it a covered call? Tesla covered calls are awesome, by the way. Give me safe CSP strikes for next week. Thanks, Dad. For next week? I have no idea. We could keep going down. And I don't have like support and resistance built out for the new options chain yet. I would say your best bet is to bet on like Delta, in which case you'd be looking at like 287s, which are kind of shit. Or 20, I'm sorry, 2875s. I don't have to get used to that. 2875s, yeah, maybe 29 30s. 30s aren't terrible. 30s is like a 120 buy. You generally don't sell CSPs on a downtrend, though. I think it's worth it to bail on a September 40 and reposition later. Up to you. You can either pay for theta every day or not. Wall Street Bets guy with 60k Jimmy puts is having an amazing time. Yeah. I don't think they boofed the July one. I think we probably saw whatever obligation covering needed to be done. I just don't think that June was sufficient price improvement to consider that. Even with, the run in advance, I don't think we saw sufficient volume during that period. We may have. It may be that, we're still experiencing like F-man cycles, and really the compounding just was because of the earlier part of the year. And now it'll normalize again. But FTDs were still really high, especially like percent fails of volume. even on this last report. So I think FTDs are going to continue to increase as long as there's not too much selling. I'm putting IW in puts or calls? Puts. Is Jimmy's dead? It's not. Can you start to daily cover Tootsie Roll so you can just see how just one option affects the chain? The real MOASS. Uh Tootsie Roll is interesting. I don't know if it's that interesting. %50 of the free float is in DRS. No, it's not. Institutional holdings are part of the free float. ETF holdings you could consider locked up, but that's only relative to the current value of the stock. Jimmy back to 20? Citron's gonna get it? Unlikely. It could, but unlikely. That's really fucking cheap. Combine DRS with reported short interest. Short interest doesn't reduce the free float. The shares are still tradable and returnable and constantly cycling. If we all bought a call on TR, we would experience a gamma squeeze, but only in our hearts. Where do you see a possible bottom for today? Do you think it could hold 35? This bounce is good. I don't know how high it'll go. Descending wedges are mediocre. Check BJRI. It's BJ's Restaurants. I hate them, by the way. It's interesting. Oh. What's happening there? Are these underpriced? Why are these so fucking cheap? No, I'm not banned from BJ's. I just think their food sucks. Made 3K on Tesla. Love you, my dude. Nice, bro. Congratulations. I've made a lot of money. I've made a lot more money on Tesla than I've lost on GME today. So that's nice. Yeah, they look underpriced. The August 19, $25 strike. They're quickly pricing up. Turd, you have to tell me off the stream so I can front run it. Jesus. I thought we talked about this. I'll real life trade your paper trade, Turd. Because I love you. Restaurants in general are not doing well. I expect mainly based on inflation. They're having to spend way more for food, and passing the cost down to the customers equals less customers. Yep. Do a poll on whether or not we should all YOLO into Tootsie Roll calls. I think that's a terrible idea. Gherkins are the worst pickles, but you, sir, redeem your namesake. Thanks, options losses. Will the contracts stay at these prices for months? They might. I don't know. The current trend on BJ's looks really bullish. That's mostly why I bought them, not because of the mispriced options. That's a bonus. Tastyworks says BJRI set to closing only. Fuck Tastyworks. Snap did not lie about their outlook. I mean, they kind of did. Did you see their miss? Their miss was like a penny under estimates again. I still think they're full of shit. Another one for the accountant to be confused by. BJ, sure. Why not buy BJ's? You know what? They wanted to be accountants. That's on them. I can't speak for everyone, of course. I stopped going to restaurants because of COVID. I'm not returning because of COVID, and I'm sick of how toxic tipping culture is. Charge me a price or don't, I guess. Or just tip everyone. Are there any differences in internalization on NYSE versus NASDAQ where there are no DMMs? Yes. How's it done and by who? Asking for a friend called Bobby. It's much more difficult to internalize on. I mean, there's still MMs on NASDAQ, but it's automated, right? So internalization's not really a thing. They have other ways of slowing order flow with like PFOF and stuff like that. And high frequency trading into like so they can still control the price, they just have to do it different ways. Like generally controlling the price on NASDAQ would lead to more volume rather than less. Would you solidify that it seems that Bobby is now at least very unlikely to go out of business? Yeah, I would say that it's much less likely. Although, the buy-in yesterday, they don't have to go through with that plan at all. There are important levels on the VIX NW, but yeah, I agree. There's no real TA. Are you a goth? No. How do I short goths? I don't know. I'm sure there's like a dating website for that. Not tipping because you hate the culture of tipping. Same like being a terrible human being, but trying to make it seem noble. Maybe. If you can't afford to pay the employees required to run your business, then you shouldn't be in business. That's true for Walmart subsidizing employees with food stamps, and it's for restaurants with tips. Yeah, but you're punishing the employee for the actions of their employer, right? I totally agree that they should just be paid more. This shirt's 4 times worse. Till death do us part, Gurk. Thoughts on CSPs of 3.5 on GME expiry today? 34.5. I mean, if you think it's worth it and you're willing to buy GME at 34. Can you remind everyone to always double check trades before clicking enter? Just sold puts on the SPY instead of bought. Luckily, I noticed straight away. Was about to walk away for the day though. Yeah, always double check your trades before you submit them. Airbnb will now fine hosts a max of 1K for last minute cancels, up from $100. That's crazy. Europeans invented tipping. All these guys say this shit, but then, when they go to a strip club and the door covers $500, they're not going to be about it anymore, are they? Well, in most states, employers that take tips from employees are charged with wage theft. I worked at a bar that did that back when I was in college, and they got the ever-loving fuck suit out of them. I think we might be arguing at cross purposes here, BMG. I don't think he's saying he doesn't tip. I think he's saying that tipping is toxic, which is kind of different. Hey man, $500 door covers are well worth it. Yeah, that's another issue is that minimum wage in a lot of states for restaurant employees is like $2 an hour. Ironically, in the states where people tip the least. I use your stream in the background a lot. Big change is now when looking at the monitor from across the room, a green bar only means we've moved a few cents versus a few dollars now. Yeah. We're basically at 144 a share right now. Yeah, essentially. Does he put his shopping cart back? Not a building on Earth that would pay $500 to enter. What if inside it rained dollar bills and you could just collect them at will? Maybe the reason restaurants are doing poorly. That's fair. I mean, it's also the pandemic as well, right? It's both. And you know, the fact that we're just about to hit stride in a recession. It's a lot of factors. I don't think it's just the tipping. I'm here at bar rate. Yeah, I know. Where did you see the SPY moving for the rest of the day? Slow push back up towards VWAP. I mean, it doesn't look like it's doing good at all. Even this isn't very bullish. Oh no, a little line. He said building on Earth. You've clearly never been to the Fed. What method would you use to collect the dollar bills if they were flying around? You just lick your arms and run like this with your arms in the air. We should push for a reverse split now. I hate multiplying by 4 to gauge where we're at. You don't need to. This is the price we're at. The old price is no longer. SPY given that classic hot playground metal slide TA indicator. Otterish. What would you what would you say would have the biggest effect on inflation? Energy prices lowering or supply chain back to normal? Supply chain back to normal. I think would have the greatest effect right now. Energy prices, I mean, oil's been coming down. I think energy prices are starting to normalize, not in Europe, but in the US. And a lot of the surge in energy prices was speculation, more so than it was really the energy costs going up that much. This is just the beginning of food inflation. China's wheat crop was a total failure. Crops in general are producing far lower quantities, mostly due to labor shortage, but now fertilizer. Yep, there's a reason I'm staying long on wheat and corn. It took like 15 years for people to stop calculating euros to old currencies in Europe. I believe that. The best way to calculate dollar bills is definitely not to collect dollar bills is definitely not licking your arms. Snot is better for sticking. Interesting. But you need like a cold or something to really. You could just cover your body in KY jelly, go naked, and then run through the room like crazy. Peel all the dollar bills off, lay them in a pile, and then repeat. Carl gonna buy a Prius? It's time to get a new car in the future or slightly used. Need to trade the old SUV in for something more fuel efficient. I'd probably wait till like third quarter this year, Carl. After summer. Or if oil rallies again, that's yeah. I know there's a lull right now, but there's a chance for another oil rally in August. So yeah, I would target like September, October, when oil prices start to drop again. Because then like fuel efficient cars will drop as well in the used car market. I have KY jelly and I'm congested. Jesus. What's your plan going forward with Jimmy, given the higher liquidity environment? Kind of the same. I don't think my plans with Jimmy are really changing. Jimmy going below $30 next week. It could, yeah. It's absolutely gonna be an oil rally. So I'm getting ready to obliterate earnings. Also, Pi-Fi Zom 130. I don't know if it'll hit 130. Mm. Guys, our new all-time high is 120. The fuck is the chart? There it is. Whose BJ calls don't turn around and leave a bad taste in my mouth? I've never made money on Turd's plays yet, I don't think. Did I? Turd comes in bullish on things and I buy them. And then I'm down 17%. Metal Maka, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream's over. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go.
Are you bullish on BBBY? Indifferent.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man.
Look at okay, we're stabilizing a bit.
Saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I'm guessing this bar that got sued is in New York. Yeah. Watch a waitress try that in Texas. My first girlfriend was constantly getting cheated at basically every waiting job she got. I don't know what their laws are on it. How much does Ivy fluctuate on SPY contracts? Not a lot. They're generally pretty stable. Earlier you mentioned that we could have a run next Tuesday. Is that because of Gex? And do you think that it's likely? I don't know how likely it is, but it would be because of Gex, yeah. There's a lot of puts expiring today. That doesn't necessarily mean that the market maker is going to be negatively exposed, though, right? You've made money on my plays. All right. But which one? I know there was one that was like really good. But you also had me by JetBlue. I'm still a little angry about it. Should take a slight 10% pay cut to join a government organization. Will be more enjoyable work. How do you compare happiness versus money? I don't. For me, they're the same. For you, obviously, that's not the case. I'm not really sure. I mean, as long as the quality, like your quality of living is unaffected, then I guess it's a win-win. Google also getting hammered. I know I still cover calls on it. I'm stoked. I've been playing Google like a fiddle for the last few days. It's been amazing. Would you buy Twitter stock if you're banking on Elon losing the lawsuit? No, but I wouldn't buy Twitter stock regardless of Elon. I don't know. How's the bills doing? The bill doing? I think all the semiconductors are going to do really poorly into the end of the year. If I'm being 100% honest. So like long term, I'm not really bullish on semiconductors for the rest of this year. What's behind 3560, Kenny? You make money off my plays, usually by playing the inverse. Wait, is that just you inversing my plays, Carl? Hmm. What do you think about nat gas producers like SD trading at 40% discounts to all-time high? Well, nat gas is near all-time high. I think that'll be realized in their earnings over the following quarters. Not bullish even when Nvidia is about to release their next gen into a dying crypto market? No. Also, their next gen looks like way too power intensive and kind of crappy. JFresh had enough data to be right and wrong. That's the beauty of it. Increased bar rate by 4x is actually bullish. Okay, that's probably not going to remain that way. Just FYI. Is it normal that my broker sold at midnight and then bought back the share a few seconds later on my account? Maybe. I really don't know about the European brokerages, Luca. I don't know how they facilitate like they operate under a different set of rules for share dividends. How do I buy Nasdaq? You can trade like mini futures on it. Sometimes I find your answers way too power intensive. AMD below 87 today? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Crypto isn't a large section of their profits. Data center is huge for them. I mean, data centers are going to spend 4 times more on, like power either, right? Like it's like they're trying to scale up by increasing power draw versus having a better like chip, right? Hey, that's kind of what I understood from it. EVEX breaking up. Are these just like market chameleons plays? $9.50. Eh. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like that one as much. That's on buying near the money CSPs on dividend stocks up until the X date, hoping to get assigned. Feels like I'll never get a straight buy another long hold stock again. Yeah, that's the best way. That's the best way to buy into anything, really, right? Because you're already buying at a discount. How do I get a computer share? Contact a broker or CS? Either one. Yes. Snap down almost 40%. What? Yeah, dropped hard overnight. I perfectly timed the bottom for selling some CCs today. First time with the new share price. Still got it. Nice, dude. You know you want to time the top when you're selling covered calls, by the way. Just FYI. Would you stream a video of you drawing new support resistance for GME? I mean, I'll have to update them a lot. Even if I draw them now, there's not like enough precedent, right? Hey, Gorkle, win share recall. I was pretty clear about that. QQQ going back to 292.38 next week. The QQQ might get hammered a little harder than SPY. I can see it moving. I can see it moving like pretty easily back into the, well, you know, let's say here, like 288 range, especially if it gets rejected here. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. Yeah, this actually is kind of hard resistance. You know, I don't trade QQQ much. I don't know why. I just don't. God, I love Sherwin-Williams. Do you guys ever buy this? It's the best. For some reason, and I don't understand why, people need paint and it's expensive. Like they can just it's expensive in the sense that they can charge literally whatever they want for it. And people will continue to purchase it. Hey, maybe we found a floor. Critical margin theory. Same like what? I missed it. Sorry. I'm sure it was funny. New support resistance is not as easy as dividing by 4. The options chain is gonna the options chain shifts. So, and given that GME is still heavily influenced by its options chain, uh, which I expect will likely continue. The support resistances will change with the new like psychological levels. Round dollar amounts and option strike prices are probably it for the next little bit. Yeah, I agree. I bought 38 gallons when I just bought my house. Easy 1 grand gone. Jesus. Paint is like rust protection for wood. Yeah, I guess. But why are you buying wood? These seem like landlord bills. My cost basis is $37. Sounds like you've got some work to do, greedy dead man. Guys that are painting on a bridge right now, I'm on, sent me Sherwin-Williams bill. It was like 300K for the amount of paint needed for a pedestrian bridge. I know, it's insane. Wyckoff on BBBY? Or will that sentence put me on a list somewhere? Don't worry, Popcorn Trader. You've been on that list for a long time. Got my 20% off BBBY coupon in the mail. Congratulations. Paint same like gas prices. Petroleum byproducts have gotten cheaper, yet stain and paint are still 2 to 3x from pre-COVID. I mean, it looks fantastic at their earnings, right? Sherwin has government contracts. I know. I've looked into them. I trade Sherwin quite a lot nowadays. I have been since like the beginning of this year. What's your price target for IWM? Oh, I think it could hit like well, right now I'd say potentially back to like well, I don't really think about this much. I kind of just bought near the money puts, but I do have price targets. Like 176 over the next like 2 weeks, I would say, conservatively. Yeah. I can see it dropping lower than that, but it might not. Like on the downside, I'm more interested in like Nasdaq 100 or the SPY. On the upside, I like IWM a little bit more. How's Tesla the only green on my watch list? Uncontrolled exuberance. Does a split help hedge funds drive the price to single digits? That's very unlikely. Smooth. Paint does well. Relatively cheap to create much nicer looking home. So you can get more money when selling the home. Fair. What about Tesla? I'm long and bullish, but 850 seems high with the current competition entering the market. Yeah, I agree. Tesla's overvalued. And their last earnings were a disappointment. It doesn't matter how people are viewing it in the short term. Their quarter 3 will be worse. And they won't be able to pad it by taking a massive loss on their fucking Bitcoin. Is there some economic market updates next week? Yeah, there's a Fed interest rate projection, and the quarterly GDP estimates are going to start coming in, which, if negative again, will announce or signal the beginning of a recession. What book would you recommend on trading? I got those 3. Did you get technical analysis of the financial markets? You learn trading by doing, ideally with paper trading. Um, but all of the information in those applies to trading. An intelligent investor, security analysis, options, the options book, options is strategic investment. I would learn technical analysis too. It's a good tool. Um, but all of that information applies to trading. Trading is not as simple as, oh, here's a thing and I'll trade like a signal or whatever. Like, you will not see a lot of success trading that way. You'll see some, but not a lot. You need to understand valuation. You need to understand options chain risk. Well, if you trade options. How would you explain the difference between SPY and SPX? Well, SPX is the index itself, and SPY is an ETF that tracks it. You still have that line at 190.01, or did you move it to 47.50.25? It's still at 190.01. Tesla took a massive loss on BTC. Yeah, I mean, they bought it like near the peak last year. Is that because it's classified as a property asset? There's some sort of tax loophole he knows about with that. There's no tax loophole on selling crypto. You get taxed twice. It's terrible. How high do you see Jimmy on a breakout right now? Just out of curiosity, how would you judge that? I don't think it's gonna break out right now, but if it were, uh, I don't know, 36.50, maybe even like just test 36 again. Depends on how much volume it got. Previous rejection points. I realized 65 on a covered call. Well, the value of the shares dropped by 300. Is this what winning feels like? I mean, if you don't want to sell the shares, then yes. This price action is depressing. Is there actually selling or just price suppression? Oh, there's some selling. The massive number of puts suggests the latter. It's both. Tesla bought around 30K and sold around 30K. I don't think they sold at 30K. They definitely sold at a loss. I don't think either of those statements are true. You get taxed on crypto. Crypto has like multiple taxable events when you cash it out. So expanding on the point that post-split FTDs increase, when should we expect to see those FTDs come due? T plus 2 plus 35C. I think T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3. Not the market maker. The market maker FTDs are irrelevant. Well, you have to sell. So when you sell crypto, you have to sell to like a stable coin. You're not selling directly to US dollars, right? And then you're selling that for cash. Terra Luna. Why'd you stop the stock from going up by drawing the ceiling line? I mean, that doesn't stop the stock from going up. It wasn't me. I was the 1,000th like. Congratulations, Goldfoil Jumpsuit. Thank you so much. So the NFT market, wait, sorry. Why will market data for the next week signal the beginning of a recession? Is it because people think we hit the low point of the previous round of market data? No, because GDP is likely to come in negative 2 quarters in a row. Negative GDP for 2 consecutive quarters. The chance that volatility funds are out of GME and it's going to be boring moving forward. Sure. There's a chance, but we don't know yet. Is there something inherently evil about being a bear? Why does it feel better making gains to the downside and then upside? In general, not talking about GME. I have no idea. Does it feel better? Maybe you're just like a masochist. I don't know. Or sadist. You just enjoy inflicting pain on others. Just made a quick 1,500 on EVEX. Nice, man. The money I have in BJ's right now is the turd fund. You tell me what to do with it. That's where it's going. That's about 15K on options this week. I'm going back to buying and holding the stock. How did you lose money on options on a stock that went up 40% in like 10 days? See you later, dork. What's with the duck on the stream card today? It's trash Dan. Stop limit. I don't like stop losses very much. Yeah, because you can get bad fills. Stop losses are more for protecting your ass when something's slipping out of control. Stop limits are always better for options because you can reduce the potential spread. If GD comes out positive, does the market rally? Yeah, maybe. Is Cat about to fall off a cliff? No? Okay, we broke up. Look at that. We're back in it. What's up, Starlight? Welcome back. How have you been? What's the consensus on the Jake Freeman BBBY deal? Sorry. I think it's just gonna force Cohen's hand one way or another. It adds a little confidence that BBBY won't go out of business anytime soon. But I don't think it's particularly bullish otherwise. Kind of sets a bit of a limit on the high end of the stock price, but can reduce debt, so that's bullish, I suppose. $35.25 a support level? Start to look a bit like one, yeah. I can put one in there. It did fill in pretty nicely. This broke. That remains. I have a new job and 4 times the GME shares. Fuck yeah. Congratulations. I'll be refreshing the BBY investor site for about 90 minutes from now. I'm very interested to see how quickly RC moves. Me too. Doesn't it also lock up baby as collateral for the debt restructure? Yeah, which I don't think Cohen's going to be happy with. $13G for RC on Monday. Could be Monday, could be tonight. Had PMI for composite services tank 10% today. If GDP is up, Fed is lying. Those are the worst numbers on print since June 2020 during COVID. Oh, I absolutely think that the GDP comes in negative, like quite negative. But the Fed wants a recession, ideally, right? They need employment to fall off to reduce demand. That's the problem, is that, everyone's working, and demand's not really going down because, wage inflation to some degree is up. Thoughts on Google going to the next week? More downs? Maybe. I don't know. I sold covered calls in the money. I kind of hope it does. I haven't really been watching it today. Oh, man. Well, I sold covered calls out of the money, I guess. Fuck, that took a beating today. Cool. um, yeah, it could keep going down. There's a lot of there's gonna be a lot of like probably volatility on this over the next few weeks because the split just went through, and Class A shares are gonna be pretty desirable on the low end. So yeah, I think it'll do well. Or sorry, this one. But volume's staying really high. Very cheap buy-in right now. If Google's something you're interested in owning, I think it's it's really it's really approaching some serious lows. Although if the market takes another leg down, it'll get hit as well. So be aware of that. How does it lock up debt for BBY? It no, it 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 like refinances their debt structure. It locks up baby as collateral. It's more like they think that the problem with this is it's stating more that they think BBBY is going to fail, and they have unsecured debt, which means they wouldn't get shit in the event of like bankruptcy and liquidation of the company. So they're acting on their own behalf, believe me. Yeah, I don't think he probably doesn't like RC's terms though, right? Or they don't the that fund. They want to negotiate their own terms for the settlement of that debt that's more advantageous to them. Isn't Goog Class C? One of them has no voting rights. I can't remember. I think Goog L is A. Goog is C. So GOG should have no voting rights. GOGL should have voting rights. They have another B class share, but I don't think it's publicly traded. I constantly fuck that up too. Don't feel bad. Think SPY has one more rally to 396.97 or slow chop down for the rest of the day. I mean, it's losing value pretty consistently over the course of the day. It might into the late afternoon rally back up, maybe like 397. Yeah, 396 to 397.30. But I think it'll continue to trend down into next week. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, institutions want voting rights in Google. So it can matter for well, it did briefly matter for the exercise of options and interest in those options. There was a brief IV spike, but that was really the only difference it makes. Beautiful gap fill on SPX at 411.11 from June 9th this morning. 410.11. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think the SPY has plenty of room to the downside. S&P, SPX, whatever. If RC buys into BBY again, do you think we would see more of a pop in price than what happened with Freeman? Yeah, absolutely. Work win SPY die. It's already well on its way. Hey, turd, those options are slowly pricing up. Really, really fucking slowly, but realistically speaking, classifications of securities for what we do with all the shares, buy and sell them, doesn't really matter. Yeah, it really doesn't. You think RC would move that quickly? Why would he want to move quickly? Well, because the board is going to be convening to make decisions and announcing a plan into August. Like, I believe they said, yeah, in August. I don't know if they defined if it was going to be at the beginning or the end of August. IWM 176 next week at this rate. That's my plan. How are JFresh's puts doing? I don't know what strikes he has, actually. What are you showing as open interest for Jan 23 237.50? Not seeing anything in WeBull, desktop, or mobile. Probably won't update until end of day today. Where are they? Oh man, that's the SPY. That's the problem. Jan. Yeah, not showing any open interest for today. 1700 volume traded on them though. So I would imagine roughly where it was. Vega on them's fallen off though. Gen 24, 127 50s and 125s now have far better Vega. By the end of August? Okay, thank you, Atomic. I was gonna play snap earnings and decided to average down on BBY. I'd say I'm very glad I did that. Does your thesis on snap remain unchanged since earnings? Yeah, I think it just might drag a little longer, like maybe another quarter or so. I feel like they're I don't know. I need to read the rest of their 10Q, but I think they didn't have to miss, right? And so it could be that they're angling to get bought out. I think that's a strong possibility. Or they're simply going to use the opportunity to buy more stock. It could be either one. I need to look at their like ownership distribution more. Tell me what CCs to sell for next week. Are 30 calls safe? No. 30 would be below that like key resistance, right? Remember that 127 resistance, one like 126, 127 resistance. That's not really supported by the options chain so much as it is supported by retail interest. And that would be at like what, 31 something, 31 and change. You know, there's a price where Jamie is still very attractive for retail. We're a bit above that price, but you think today's drop, not just GME, is profit taking? Yeah, it was a big rally, you know. Sellers want to take their money off, or well, bulls want to take their money off the table at some point. CSP is at 30. Still CSP's at 30, not covered calls. Yeah. We're not above that price. $35 is a bargain. I mean, relatively, no. $35 is high. I even if you were buying below like our weighted VWAP, right? Like uh you know, the cheap side of that would be like 30.92. Although I do think we're going to start to see some seller exhaustion at some point. I don't know how much room we have left. We may find a kind of a hard line here at 35. No way to know yet if there's going to be any T+2 price improvement next week from today's volume. There's a lot of puts today, like weekly puts that'll be closed, but that doesn't mean that the market maker is going to have an imbalance. So, I mean, you could wait for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be one. The borrow fee is 125%. No, the borrow fee has just been 4x from yesterday. I don't think it will remain that high. Can RC buy more GME? Yeah. Why? You don't seem bullish about the BBY debt restructuring proposal? Why? Well, I don't think it's in the best interest of the company. I think it's in the best interest of their debt holder. Is there a way to confirm the price actions come from selling or shorting, or is it just an educated guess? Um, Educated guess. It could be shorting, although we're not seeing anything indicative of shorting. So no MOASS. I mean, that was off the table months ago. But frankly, probably off the table in June of 2021. Squeezes are still possible. OPEXs are still possible. Volatile price action and making money off of selling covered calls and cash secured puts and wheeling the stock are all still very viable. But if your hopes are hung up on it hitting $69 million a share, yeah, probably not. Not saying it can't happen, but the odds of it happening are millions to one. Could someone have been liquidated, and that's why we saw drops across many large caps at the same time? I don't think so. I think we just started to see bolt like call side capitulate all over the market. Most of the options interest like went they opened this morning like at the money, went into the money on the high test, and this is a lot of capitulation and repositioning over the course of the day. Perhaps Occam's razor isn't that it's a bug and 4x the bar rate, but instead perhaps it's the shorts have borrowed 4x the shares. That's possible. We'll find out if it settles down over the next couple days. What I'm saying is like today with all the bad data everywhere, I don't trust it. I don't trust that it's accurate. Fidelity's bar rate's still at 2905, right? What about 1,000, 5,000, and 10K? Is it possible within a year, within a couple of years, or some huge squeeze? I mean, even those numbers are kind of ridiculous. If you're gonna base it on anything, you base it on the potential future valuation of GameStop, which could, hit as high as like 50 billion if they flesh out a serious e-commerce business. Maybe even higher if, crypto recovers and they find some better use cases for digital ownership besides JPEGs. Right now, we're entering a recession. I would say GameStop is outperforming many other stocks. It remains highly volatile. The IV is still quite high. There's lots of profit to be made from, selling covered calls. It's very possible that the volatility players will stick around. GameStop remains illiquid and will continue to generate FTDs now with a much cheaper options chain. So it can generate FTDs, possibly larger numbers, especially from people that were priced out previously. I don't think the potential in GameStop is dead by any means. I think it's just where you or how you take advantage of it more than anything else. You can choose to take advantage of it. You can wait. Many people, that's what they do. They buy a stock and they wait. If you still have faith in Cohen's ability to improve the valuation of GameStop over time, then just wait. It's getting shorted back down to $20, probably. I don't know if it'll hit 20, but close. Sub 25. I can see that definitely happening. What brand of rowing machine do you have? Concept. What's Dick's looking like on the BBBY today? I don't have Dick's data for BBBY today. I could look up like dark pool volume. Pretty fucking low. There's some talk about linking IRL items with NFTs, like serialized Nikes was the example, to prevent counterfeiting. Yeah, I'm sure that that's actually like like as a security feature. Yeah, I could absolutely see that being a use case. Be careful. We may see a leg down next week, but I do not believe it will be long lived. And by September, we're back around 400. Jimmy Superman of the Pigeon Whale Daves, X Dan. By September, we're back at around 400. Okay, dude. You did seem bullish on BBBY. Well, because things need to happen for me to feel more bullish about it. I like that someone's, kind of putting the pressure on. That's cool. What happened to the put blanket on Bobby? I mean, they shed some of the 550s yesterday, but that was it. They probably bought him back today. BBY cover calls yet? Still too risky because we don't know what kind of like big like activist investor actions are going to be taken in the short term, and the cover calls aren't worth any fucking money. What do you think about post split fair price valuation for GME right now with their current like SG&A? I don't know. It depends on if like they said the first part of their transformation was like complete, but are they going immediately into the second part of the transformation? Are we going to see some relief in earnings and possibly a higher EPS into the next quarter? Hard to say. I think GameStop still is worth somewhere between 60 and like $100 like book value pre-split. So yeah, I mean, like 15 to 25 posts, right? Uh, have you been hitting the jade roller more than usual? How could you tell? I absolutely would lose my mind if we hit 120 in 2 years and the IV stays pretty high. Yeah, right? That'd be fucking amazing. Go ahead, Bobby Cheap. 50 cents CSP for potential $4.57 cost basis. If assigned, good. Yeah, I mean, it's a cheap buy-in price. If you do get assigned. Do these account managers move in and issue guidance? Is there a set time in which they have to respond, or could they just ignore them? I mean, they could ignore them, and then, they could get a proxy lawyer and try to get shareholders to vote on their you know, planned, but yeah, they could absolutely just ignore them. Tesla coming down to test that 817 support. I know. I've got my eyes on my puts. That's like rule one about trading Tesla. Never take your fucking eyes off of it. I ended up buying few Jimmy puts and selling a few CCs last night before the split for downside protection. Jimmy down 9%, but others up enough to make up for it. Thank you for your teachings. You're welcome. Yeah, it's very easy to protect your downside risk, especially if you don't have like a huge position. At minimum, everyone here will 3x their cost basis, and wheeling the stock with high IV will get you more shares, more capital to play other stuff with. Yeah. We're at the same price that we were at last Friday, basically. I think the biggest fear right now is that people are worried we won't go back up again. And I think that if we do get another real like big short into a bottom of a cycle, um, I think that the increased interest in options is absolutely going to see us, or that like increased interest due to the cheaper price of options, could absolutely make our upside more explosive. You point to a good resource about wheeling. It's not that hard. You sell cash secure puts and try not to get assigned. If you do get assigned, you then just sell covered calls at your cost basis on assignment. Are you bored, down, or tired of answering the same questions? None of them. I'm pretty excited today, actually. I'm a little hungry. There are tickers getting slaughtered today, not just GME. I know. It's good to be the bear sometimes. So OPEC's off the table? I just said no. Oh, this OPEC's June? Yeah, I don't think we're going to realize that. Why? I'm still not sure. Holding some GME August calls. When will Theta start to hurt me? It'll start to hurt more in like the next. It probably already is. 28 days from expiration. Yeah, Theta's starting to move up on them. Um, they'll start to hurt a lot more in like 8 more days. I'd be careful with that. Could Jimmy bounce back to 40 next week? That seems unlikely. No, I'm not sad at all. The closer we get to the bottom, the more explosive the upside is. However, that becomes too predictable. The bottom could be in already. It's true. When's August OPEX? After the 19th. Yeah, Danny Watson, I'd wait for all that to settle. And I don't know what your country's laws are regarding that. It's possible all that cost basis transaction stuff will settle, and they're settling due bills on their end. It has nothing to do with like your shares. I just got stopped at a cat. Nice 40% profit. Can't wait for the next good entry. Yeah, me too. Congrats on the X73K shares. And thanks for continuing to teach us fools, even though you definitely already fucking made it to the big leagues. Ah, big leagues. I'm still pretty small time. We still need volume. It's pre-dividend levels, I guess. I mean, this would be a higher pre-dividend level day, right? It's almost a 2 million volume day. It's good though. We don't want to see a lot of volume. We don't want our spread narrowing too much. We want to stay a liquid. We want to see that people are still holding. What's the cost? My 40 C's didn't fill. I placed an order for them, but they're not gonna fill. We just kept dropping. If we get another like spike up into like the $36-$37 range, maybe I'll try again. Will the Jimmy Put guy on Wall Street Bets actually print? Maybe, maybe not. He'll probably have some slippage too. Moving and listening along today, still racked up some great gains on Spy Dump. Thanks for everything. No problem, man. Congrats on the Spy Dump. Thanks, Dominic. You too, man. Are you seeing August 1950 C's having 65 IV? If so, it's super fucking wrong. August 1950s? Yeah, I don't know why that's so low. Could be people selling out of the contract. Not trying to be a downer, Gurk, but why would we still be bullish on future VUPs during cycles? We just saw firsthand how much they can boost regardless of the pressure on the chain. Why in the world are we assuming Kenny and Jeff won't just continue to do the same? Also, what the fuck, June? Yeah, still very much what the fuck, June. I don't dislike the idea that, the compression we saw in May and June and up into the split just had to do with the fact that they deferred OPEX earlier in the year. And that was the unwinding of that. And we're still on F-Man and things should progress as normal moving forward. But I don't think they'll continue to boof and play those games because I still think that the price action we see on GameStop is because it's profitable, not because it's necessary, right? I don't think that this like shorting and quarterly rebalance shit is in order to maintain some like long-term short position. It could be, but I highly doubt it. I think what we see every quarter is them making fucking money on people buying and holding. So just sell my shares at this point. I've been holding for 2 years at cost basis of 150, hoping that I'll be able to pay off some debt and get back to school. Feeling bullish on rope for my future. I mean, you got to wait for a turnaround, right? Especially if you have a cost basis of 150. You can average your cost basis down. You can sell covered calls. You can generate income from the shares you're holding. It's not like dead or a lost cause. Ortec showing SI on GME down 70%. What mean? Nothing? Probably just bad fucking data. Like all of Ortex's data. Did you see 70% of the short interest covered today? The folks complaining and threatening to sell their shares need to let go of your inner super stonker and learn to become a trader. I mean, some people don't want to be a trader. You have to accept that. Like some people have no interest in doing this. They just want to They wanted to buy a stock. They wanted to get rich. If that's not going to happen, they're going to want to walk away. There's no changing that. That's fine. It's not going to stop me from doing what I do, or any of you that do trade from doing that. But they haven't done it for the last 2 OPEXs. Well, Walken, they started compressing OPEXs, so we had to start tracking every month, right? Because we ran in May, and then we moved up again in June, and then we moved up even further in July, right? So, you know, because of the compression of their position, because they started stacking obligations more frequently, we had to get exposure to more OPEXs than we normally would, right? Like normally, we would have just, you know, if February had gone to plan, our next target would have been May, and then the target after that would have been August. Like nothing would have changed, right? But it was that shift in Feb, and then that created, you know, the rise in the borrow rate. I mean, like there's too many things that are still in sequence, like XRT being off of Reg Show for exactly 13 days, right before going back on the futures expiration. Like all of it still all lines up with them intending to create more exposure and continue to profit off of volatility. If they don't, whatever. There's other fucking stocks. Who gives a shit? Hey, there's the repricing. Turd, what are we cutting? 15% gains? And it's gone. Okay, let's clear this up. When speaking realistically about the situation, them being called a shill, I've been in this since September of 2020. These kids are saying I'm a hedgy shill. Help me out, Gherk. I mean, you're not a shill. It's fine to talk about it realistically. And yeah, there's potential for them to walk away. There's potential for it to end. But at the same time, calling it over before it is a huge fucking mistake. Imagine how much money could have been lost if you just like called it over last June. I mean, that was the time to say it was over. But since then, we've had multiple 50%, 100% run ups. And had you held and sold cover calls through those, you could have made even more money than you would have made selling all your shares at 350 when Cohen announced the fucking share offering, or before he announced it. So I'm not disagreeing with you, and I appreciate the bearish take, but as long as there's money to be milked out of this fucker, I'm gonna get it. And if you see better opportunity somewhere else, by all means, go for it, right? It's not like I'm not playing other stocks. Yep, 15, 30%, I'm out. Okay, well, I said something, so everyone who was holding them on the stream sold first. So I gotta wait for it to reprice again. They're only underpriced by like 0.2 though. I don't think there's that much to make on them. With a larger float now, Jimmy's volatility should decrease, right? Not if interest in trading it picks up. How does this compression go in line with the whole OPEX can only be covered during a specific time? Well, I mean, they're all OPEX dates, right? May, the run up into June was still on OPEX. I mean, even the run up into like the run up the entirety of this week is still within the July timeframe. Like all runs on GameStop of any significance still occur within OPEX settlement periods. Either they start occurring right before the expiration, or they occur entirely after the expiration. but always within that fixed period of time. So even though it's compressing, all that does is compress it from quarterly to monthly, right? I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I don't care who's wrong or right, right? Like, I'm long GameStop. That's not going to change. I think the company still has a lot of potential for turnaround. I think they have no debt. I don't even think it's a like even outside of everything, like the short interest, the volatility plays, all of that shit. I would still probably buy it because they have no debt. Like, it may not have been at the top of my list, but they have no debt. Um, they've got decent people in charge. Cohen knows what he's doing with e-commerce. It's not a terrible like recession play anyway. They're a retailer. They target uh, more economically disadvantaged class anyway, with used game sales and things like that. So I think there would have been some advantage there. It wouldn't have been in line with my investment style, but it would have been in line with others, for buying GameStop even now, um, especially going into the recession. So as an investment, it could be worse. And then, with the shareholding I have, obviously, I'm going to stay in it no matter what because of covered calls. IWM 176 today. Sometimes that's how it goes, Ryan. The prices are higher than Amazon. Delivery is longer. Not good looking e-commerce. Well, not yet. I mean, it's not even fleshed out. They just opened. They just started the leases on their fulfillment centers in like April. They still have a shitload of cash on hand. They will improve that aspect of their business, but it will take time, and that's what nobody wants to wait for. BBY is looking bad. It's looked bad for 2 months. What do you mean it's looking bad? 3 months? Yeah. What's your PT for your SPY and QQQQ shorts? I don't have QQQ. I have SPY and IWM. I don't know. They'll fucking set a stop when they like would SPY below 3,900 or 390. IWM, I'll probably set a stop below 176. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. Shocker. Nothing at all, Gav. Lots of people doing big sad because they thought MOASS was today, mostly. Wasn't 120 about what it was worth pre-split? On the high end. You don't think we'll leg down further than 362 on the SPY? Jesus, somebody bought some far out of the money puts. Do you have any BBY leaps or far dated calls? I have leaps at $7 and $5, and I have shares. GameStop in the new digital space is uncertain. I can't stress how little I give a fuck about the NFT marketplace. If it ends up being a success, awesome. Cohen is not a fucking like crypto guy, right? Like, that's not where I expect his expertise to be most useful. If you'd told me GameStop was an NFT play last year, I would have sold. I still don't think it is. I think it's an aspect of their business. It's a low overhead revenue stream. We'll see what happens with it. I have no problem with the NFT marketplace, but that's not why I own the fucking stock. If you're in GameStop for the NFT marketplace, boy, you're gonna have to wait a while. What's your cost basis on your BBBY shares? Let's see. So I got out of the August 5s up. $12.87. I'm way the fuck underwater. Roughly. That might be off by a few cents. Of course they did. Why wouldn't MOASS be triggered by a mechanic which almost exclusively creates liquidity in an illiquid stock when all MOASS theories are contingent on insane illiquidity? I know. That's all they've been talking? No, they haven't. The devs have been talking, and that's all Super Stonk talks about. But GME hasn't really done much. They've barely even fucking advertised it. I own the stock because they make Star Wars themed waffle makers. See, that's a legitimate reason. NFT can be easily leveraged in gaming. Think about the amount of cash Fortnite made on cosmetics alone last year. Just saying. Also, think about the development cycle for those products and the inclusion of GameStop's marketplace in future titles. It's years. It will be years before that is realized on a scale where it is significant. That's fine. That's how long shit takes. If you're not willing to wait for that, why did you buy in the first place? You thought it would just happen in a year? A year is a ridiculously short time for him in the world of turning around a decrepit, dying business, which is what Cohen has to do. Pulte's an idiot. I've never seen somebody with so much money, so little education. Or he's just, trying to drum up interest. It's one or the other. Kirk, but they price things in ahead, so obviously it's priced in. Duh. It won't take years if you force your employees to work 120 hours a week like Epic does. Even then, it still takes a couple. Didn't you say DRS was going to take years, but it looks like they're close? They're nowhere near close, Smooth. Not even a little. 10%, 12%. Not even. Hold on. What's the actual? What was the last report? Kirk just mad because he sold CCs and MOASS tomorrow. I think I'm the least mad person in the room. I feel fantastic. I have more than 100,000 shares now. This is the best. I will single-handedly drop the IV on GameStop for my own benefit. GME is not DRS 50%. Shut the fuck up. But my money is locked up. But the NF tree is the future of all finance. But my RC Papa will fix all security markets. This is his goal, right? Taking the SEC head on, obviously. Do you think that is a solid play from the New Jersey Pension Fund? What? 1 million square foot warehouse. They eventually get used, rented. We found out the New Jersey Pension Fund is the owner. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a real estate investment, right? Most pension funds have some real estate holdings. What was the last reported number for registered shares? 12 point something million, right? 12.37 or something like that. I called Computershare to ask why my Wu-Tang NFT isn't in my account yet, and they hung up on me. That's it. I'm transferring back to Fidelity. Do you know when the Fed actually decides the interest rate? It's reported on Wednesday, but they have already voted on it, or they're still monitoring daily data. They've probably already made their decision. That's probably why they're being quiet. 12.7 was the last reported. Yeah, I'm not going off the estimates. So that's 50 million shares of 256.93 shares outstanding. It's about 19%, rounded up to 20. I'm not completely against it. It's just stupid. It's a stupid thing to do, Flow Ape. It doesn't benefit the individual investor at all. Jimmy doesn't want to leave the DTCC. It doesn't stop them from manipulating the stock. I don't care if people do it, but it's against their own personal interests to do so. Those people could have been selling cover calls on their fucking shares for the last 7 months, more, 10 months, and making bank, lowering their cost basis, increasing the amount of capital they have invested in GME, tying up even more of the float. We were illiquid before DRS. Fidelity wouldn't be out there begging everybody to lend their fucking shares if they didn't want some more shares to lend. I know I get a fucking email like twice a week and occasionally a phone call about like, hey, do you want to participate in our share lending program? I own the stock because a cat and a poster told me to hang in there. So fucking hang in there. All bullshit aside, that's how you invest in a company you believe in. You buy it and you wait. I bought AMD in 2016 and 2012. The majority of it in 2016. But it took a long fucking time before that was worth anything. And a lot of faith that it would be worth something because they were going out of business. In Canada, we can't do CCs in our tax advantage accounts, which is where I hold all my GME. You also probably can't direct register your tax advantage holdings. So, I mean, I don't really see how any of that has anything to do with this argument. I understand. I'm only donating this to hear Gurk say, I love NFT plays. Only kidding. Hold long and prosper. Thanks, Zep. One second, guys. I can't tell if someone's knocking on my door or my neighbor's door. It's tripping me out. You need 10,000 in capital to sell CCs. No, you don't. You need $35,540 in capital to sell a covered call. Before the split, you needed at least 10,000. All I heard was YOLO into Palantir. Don't ever do that. That's one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. That's not true. You can sell CCs in your tax-free account in Canada. Okay. Yeah, I've seen a few people say that now. I have no idea. I'm not fucking Canadian. I will hold on until this stream becomes the beauty channel that was promised months ago. Today feels weirder than usual. I have a theory about it. It's like when Mormons realize that everything they were taught and told was true was actually just some made up nonsense. They're still trying to fight it. Don't be scared. Just embrace it and be free of DRS MOASS. One day, BMG. One day. Over under on how long it takes the purple circle slurpers to theorize that the reverse split is RC's move to force a recall and drive share price up. RC should have reverse split yesterday. Fuck forward splits. Oh, it's almost like he's not trying to squeeze out the shorts. Shit. Gaff. Why didn't you tell me? 36.7% of the shares outstanding is closely held between retail, DRS, and insiders. Thanks, Turd. Think we get a positive EPS report for Q4 this year? I hope not. I bought a growth company. I want them to stay underwater for the next 5 years while racking up shitloads of debt and increasing their PE. You want tech and you want e-commerce tech, then that's what you want to see. You want to see them spending everyone's money and saying bullish things. Just probably me to say that Ryan Cohen is starting to get political on Twitter, so that's great. Oh boy. I wish he would not. Hey Dad, sorry, just woke up. Hope you didn't miss me too much. I was okay. So do puts cost same like shares now? No. They're both cheaper. It's like nobody was paying attention to Amazon 10, 15 years ago. All the talk was they will never make a profit. Yeah. I can't believe how bearish big money is on IWN. I'm seeing boatloads of calls sold, another 65 million in put spot. Next week is going to be fireworks. Yeah. Bezos doesn't even tweet about poo. True. It's a true story. Hey, look, we're going back for 36. Looks like GameStop's still just doing the same shit it did before the split with some extra selling this morning. Except now my entire call spread for OPEX can be in a $10 range. It's not as exciting when the number is smaller. It's okay, I'll get used to it. Now, I think there's still a potential for a short squeeze event, but everyone needs to understand the real thesis behind GME before relying on the idea that the biggest proponent of Dr. Turnbath already said wasn't true. Go back and read DFV's fundamental DD and see the OG thesis. I think people have forgotten. Extra selling? Interesting. So the liquidity move of a forward split wasn't successful in creating more liquidity. Noted. I mean, the bid-ask spread is still fairly wide, even on this uptrend. Roughly about the same as it was. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are selling, but there's some selling. I'm actually surprised at how little selling. I would have expected more. Do you do your own security analysis? Yeah, I don't use spreadsheets. I have a whiteboard. It's really big, like a really big whiteboard. And it's a mess. But it works. People don't read DDs. They just ask the same question over and over. Fight me. Do you have any expectation what market cap GME could have in 5 to 10 years? If they have, I think if they can maintain their retail profits, grow their margins, some improvement in the NFT marketplace. Let's just say they hit their goals for the IWM or IMX agreement, and can show e-commerce sales in excess of their current retail's sales. I think like 35 to $50 billion market cap isn't out of the question in that time period, 5 to 10 years. How big are we talking? It's 4 by 15. Did you draw arrows all over it? Yeah, of course. 380 SPY puts for August 19, too greedy. Pretty greedy. Doesn't mean they won't print, but it's super greedy. And for those of you that have been in here a year, don't forget that you learned to trade on one of the most volatile, unpredictable stocks in the market. And some of you walked away from that profitable. Imagine how easy the rest of it is. Jimmy is a religion. GFE is the prophet. Wall Street bets are those who rejected his message at first. You're the apostle, and SS are the extremists who deviated from the original message. Maybe. No way your room has a 15-foot long wall. It does. This room is very narrow, but very long. I think it's 17.5 feet long. But it's only like 4 feet wide. I think it's supposed to hold a twin bed, but I don't have a bed in here. No, it's just like an arbitrary division of the apartment so that they can like rent it as a 2-bedroom. You run into that a lot in New York. Do you still have days when you feel like you're learning something new and becoming a better trader? Sure. There's always something new to learn. Hey, look. Bullish order flow. $17.5 is strangely specific to think. Well, I measured it when I moved in, and I that's what I feel like I remember it being. Also, it looks like I have a little more than a foot on either end of the whiteboard. I'm not a prophet. Also, I'm not a cat. Thank you so much for weighing in, Roaring Kitty. We can put some things to rest here finally. If you're in, I'm in. I'm so confused about your living situation at this point. That's better for everyone. Do you have a picture of the whiteboard just to confirm it's not drawings of JFresh? Not that I can share immediately. I know more about short interest than Mark showed face. I love sushi. Thanks, Christine Lagarde's mascot. I hope that's true. Some interesting volume spikes on XRT today. Probably a lot of redemption going on. That's possible, yeah. XRT's had some really odd behavior this morning. But maybe, yeah. I miss your baby pigeonhole in the background. P.S. You're at 69 dislikes today. Pretty bullish for a bearish day. It's not bad. Thanks, guys. Although I'm 99% sure it won't happen, a DFV update showing his new position would be so absolutely incredible. Man, I kind of hope he's just enjoying life. Like, he did it, right? He made it. He's good. If you can lose money on GME, I can lose money on other stocks too. Thanks. You got it, Carl. When Secret DD on Hooked on Phoenix. Girk the Apostle, hardly. More similar to Jesus. He cares for the poor and has beautiful flowing locks of hair. Thanks, Jade. My CS still doesn't have all my shares distributed. Book is good. Plan is still showing no dividend. It'll take a few days. That's hysterical, by the way. Can you send me proof of that so I can rub it in people's faces? I just want to show them my WeBull account with full share distribution and a CS account that hasn't had all its shares distributed yet, because that's the best. And I'm an asshole. Does the whiteboard contain the secret part 4 to the trilogy? Part 4? The Cimmerillion? Shut your mouth. Jimmy doing the exact same as usual. How fun. You know, surprisingly, I'm happy to see it. So DFV isn't in the stream waiting for MOASS. Probably not. New position, same like old position. Hashtag not selling. Thank you, Roaring Kitty. There it is. Where would I go to look to find out how many more shares a company can release? The corporate charter? Bodine1231. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read it.
Yeah. If they don't have shares in computer shares, it's because they bought after Monday or transferred after Monday. I'm well aware of why it's happening. But it's just, you know, people need to realize it's not so, like, everyone last night acting like, oh, we're so much better because we're DRS. Just a bunch of assholes, right?
When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I fucking can't stand people that try to prop themselves up on pedestals like that. Like they're fucking righteous because they DRS their shares and decided not to make money. Fuck you. Last night, what did I miss? Oh, there was like dipshits on the Reddit. Congratulations, Matthew Hodge. Finally enough to sell covered calls. All of them DRS'd. Just funny watching them freak out in SS that they don't have their shares in computer share. I know. Because they never bothered to figure out what, like, due bill redemption is or how it works. Or the fact that, you know, computer shares broker is still going to probably facilitate the redeeming of those due bills. I guess calves are completely acceptable to put on pedestals. I mean, of course. Would you be big mad if I sold my VXX $90 calls? No, I wouldn't fault you at all. I can't believe you still have those. You know, if you do, the market's going to crash. So, we're just waiting. Dislikes just jumped from 20 to 89. Super Tinkers are hate watching. I know they are. DRS shareholders allow you to profit, otherwise we would have tanked by now. Sure, okay. That doesn't mean they're not, like, should I not inform them that they're acting against their own best interests? We wouldn't have tanked. We had the cycles long before people started fucking DRSing their shares. If anything, they might have been better back then. You're holding your SPY until SLD next month? Fuck no. That's way too long. I'll probably capture reasonable profits after next week. If you sell CCs and the price keeps going up, you just keep rolling up and out, collecting credit on the way. Yes. Potentially. I mean, eventually you'll run out of room and it'll no longer be a net credit. There's still June obligations somewhat out there that need to be resolved, right? Somewhere. I DRS 2 of my shares and got the dividend shares already. Nice. Okay, today is obviously a nothing burger. Gork, can you please do some VIX TA? Okay, Popcorn Trader, that's not a thing. What's the deal with our SST leaps? Get off your mini horse and put me on a pedestal. All right, fiscal stupidity, pigeon whale. That's opinion, not facts. We're bleeding like this right now with DRS. I can imagine what it would be like without them. The same. Maybe we'd actually go down to a price where GME was affordable. It's not speculation. We did it for the entire year before people started DRSing. All DRSing probably does is affect the bid-ask spread on the order book. Remember, the same number of shares are still able to be lent, regardless of how many are DRS'd, because there are still shares available to lend. There is no serialization. There is no real shares. If I'm bored, what are your thoughts on Rig? Ugh. I'm not a huge fan. I've made some money on it too. I just don't love it. Duxton, what's max pain at? I did have a value for that today. Hold on. Let me double check it. I think I put it in the daily, didn't I? $37.25. DRS was appealing because it seemed like a way to start MOASS to people that was easy to do and didn't require anything. And by promoting inaction instead of action, you know, people could feel like they were participating in something. Unlike options, which, you know, most people are priced out of or were. Always doing the impossible to on VIX. Wait, are you serious? You can't reliably predict increases in volatility in the market, not by looking at the graph on the VIX. I really hope that's not true. I jumped into SPY puts earlier this week, expecting it to drop back down to the 380 range.
Position expires 7/29 as 380p, currently down 42%. Sell or hold till next week? I think you're too far out of the money. Frankly. And EM. Up to you what you do with that, but you're very far out of the money. You may not have sufficient time. Especially with the theta decay. What's more annoying, DRSers or that girl with the red hair? Who's the girl with the red hair? Thank you, Dingleberry. You can certainly do TA on the VIX. Matt Kors showed me how. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, there's never a way to start MOASS, and the person championing DRS even said that herself. My tinfoil theory is that there was a concerted effort to push DRS, and the short hedge funds were behind it. Here's what I think. The short hedge funds never gave a shit. There was never any FUD that wasn't self-propagated. There were never any shills, because no one cared. Imagine if they were all just constructs. Propagated by an increasingly insular and paranoid community. I'm a shill. I mean, okay. Who's paying you? No, RC posted a picture of a trading desk attached to a toilet. An ice cream cone. And poop. I blame Turdferg for DRS. Maybe. We're still having the DRS convo. Y'all got swindled. Share creation is infinite. CS made billions on fees. Grow up. Take the truth like you take super stock as gospel. Right in the booth pot. Yeah. Who's paying you? Trader Joe's? You think Trader Joe's would sponsor this shit? Was that how BlackRock lost $1.7 trillion? We're not going to talk about my trades like that, Grim 2, okay? Just one question. Where's Moonwin? He's around, doing what he's always done. Selling slightly out of the money cover calls that are probably now in the money. My wife peed on a stick and now she's pregnant. This is merely 2 weeks after receiving that Louis Vuitton purse via USPS. How concerned should I be about her boyfriend doing better than me? A lot. Yeah, you need to start worrying now. I know how you feel. I kind of know how you feel a tiny bit today when 5 of my friends texted to gloat at me that Jamie tanked overnight. These are people whom I explained a stock split to already. Oh boy. Well, get better friends. He'll kill you by snap before earnings, and YOLO into Palantir for a $1 trillion loss. I'll have you know that my Palantir position, even if they go bankrupt, is positive $1.29. 117 million volume on TBLT with a float of 2.1 million. How in the actual fuck? Well, here, Stefan, I can tell you this much. It's not from options churn. Do you think this has been a fascinating societal experiment based on hope and how people basically eat each other out of paranoia based on beliefs? So basically religion. Yeah, it's got a lot of similarities. Kathy Wood closing transparency ETF. Good news for puts? Probably not. Now she's not going to telegraph her play so she can be shorted the next day. Or we just realized if we divide the volume by 4, we're just where we were before this split. Well, a little higher today. I still believe in the long-term company transformation, and I loved GameStop my whole life. Sold them many consoles. But I know I'm in the fridge to think GME can still hit 1K post-split. I mean, I'm here for it too, man. I'm gonna stay invested in them. But I think he's saying he doesn't think it'll hit 1K. I don't know what in the fridge means. That's not a I'm not gonna lie, that's not an expression I've ever heard before. You get good friends if you pay for them. I pay for my friends. They're called 0 DTE 510Cs. You mean 127s? I mean, the parallels are pretty obvious, right? You have your deities, DFV and RC, and whoever else they're propping up for the week. Various popes and higher clergy. You know, and then you have, MOASS, which is if you're a good shareholder, you'll see it. Right? Like heaven. MOASS same like heaven. Horseshit. There, that should get the dislikes up to 100. Radon on a mini horse. What's multiplication? Another obscure market mechanic? Yes. So next week or the following double bottom to test 366 on the SPY before we see the next bull market. Unlikely. Would you say you're Judas in this biblical story then? Maybe, although I didn't kill RC or DFE or sell them out. I'd be like one of the guys writing about Jesus on the sidelines Just like this crazy guy keeps touching all the fucking lepers. Bringing pizza to GameStop and eating with employees is communion. It's a good idea to hold my puts on SPY and IWM. 395, 180. Expiration 812. It's up decent. It's up to you. I'm going to be holding mine for a little while longer. I suppose next you will say there's no Santa either. Well, that's crazy. Where'd you get that idea? The fuck have I been leaving milk and cookies out for all this time? Who's eating them? Answer me that. Kirk is Mary Magdalene. No, that's the Dans. Should have bought puts. The price dropped $115. On what? Oh. Ha. Whatever you'd be in the betting pool to see if they killed him. 60-40 over under. Moonwind short Jesus. Trading indulgences in the church courtyard. The battle for 36 is upon us. You have a whiteboard in your room. What do you use it for? Mostly drawing penises. You know. I hand draw all my technical analysis like they recommend in technical analysis of the financial markets. So after the market closes, I redraw the day candle by candle. Why do you think I'm up so late? Can you get another hat that says G Unit? No. No. My minor in religious studies is paying off bigly right now. Take that, everyone who told me it was useless. It's still pretty useless. Are you serious? No, I'm fucking kidding. Of course I don't do that. No, I only draw the lines in a rainbow. And then I'm like, there's the margin. Behold. Kirk deleted my sacrilegious comment. No, I didn't. Carl might have. How about a hat that says shill? That's a great idea. Taste the margin. I can't believe that, like, people, just anybody would see that and be like, oh shit. That's it, guys. There's the margin. I can't believe I didn't see it all this fucking time. Oh, fuck. See, you know, like, there's that saying that, like, you know, think of the average person, and 50% of people are stupider than that, right? Um, but, like, what they don't tell you is that 30% of those people are incapable of managing their affairs on a daily basis. I am the 30%. I know you are a popcorn trader, but you're sweet. Draw me like one of your candlesticks. I think you can ask your Philadelphia wife all about my candlesticks. Is it fair to assume any negative assumption is a self-generated construct? EX, 9.5 million retail investors swarmed to Wall Street bets in less than a week? Or was it bots? I'm sure some of it was bots. I didn't ignore you. What did you say? I mean, the chat's going really fast. We're saying bullish things. The price of the stock went up. People are excited again. Is it fair to assume? Oh, okay. You didn't even give me time to ignore you. I hadn't even caught up to that shit. 9 out of 10 people agree you can get anyone to believe something with the right statistic. I know you're not religious, but hear me out. The movie Prince of Egypt is a classic film full of wonderful songs based on a biblical story. Oh, God. Yeah, but it's Old Testament. Do you have Jimmy calls currently? If so, why? No. Do you know something I don't? Wheat 790 and falling. Fantastic. I will stay in wheat if I have to personally go out and burn down all the wheat fields in the world, okay? Do you have puts? Not anymore. No food, price of wheat plummeting. Amazing. I know, right? Apparently Russia's letting Ukraine export wheat. Wait till everyone finds out they don't have any, because Russia blew it all up. This is what you expected post-split? Or more volatility, more downside? I actually expected a little more downside. So this recovery is actually quite nice. You expect to see some seller exhaustion on SPY today? Yeah, it's possible. It hasn't moved down that hard yet, but we could see some. Hmm. You know, Cat's doing astonishingly well. Oh no, Costco lost money. Why? It's gonna be okay. Stationwide heat wave is going to kill us and the wheat. P.S. You can cool off, however, with awesome new sugar-free. Hold on. Sugar-free flavors just released by Rebel Ice Cream. This Ko-Fi is sponsored by Rebel and Zero DTEs. Thanks, a user. Costco lost money because the supply chain is finally crunching. And no, they lost money from that already. That's when I bought it, was after they lost that money. Back here. Well, I didn't buy it here. I should have. I traded it here briefly. But I did buy a bunch here. And it's doing quite well. I don't think Costco gives a fuck about the supply chain. I'm going to be perfectly honest. GameStop's moved so far down on my list because I have them sorted by price. You stop losses or trailing stops? I use stop limits and sometimes trailing stop limits. Wheat Thins, a deep value play. Who makes them? Nabisco? Was it gonna become a Costco stream? No. Although, in true shill style, if you'd bought Costco in January of 2021, you would be up $226 a share. Oh. Even more. Inserting an ad? No. I did no such thing. I can insert it out if you want me to. Take that. I don't even know if it works, but I got you. It was a Bitcoin ad? I didn't know they were advertising. That 160? Whatever. Same shit. One whole share of GMA. My YouTube premium ran out yesterday. Stop shilling for Veterans United. No, they don't care about your old options application. Just the new one. Costco hot dogs are the real inflation hedge. Time to stock up tonight like Joey Chestnut. I don't know who Joey Chestnut is, but I'm glad that you're stocking up on Costco hot dogs. is the best hot dog eater? Is that a skill? Well, I guess it could be. So buying at 160 was really buying at 40 like 4 times. Yeah. Some volume supported this trend. A little bit, yeah. What does Snap being down 38% mean for T plus 2? Not necessarily anything. It's kind of a risky play, right? But as more and more of their long-term investors have to turn to sex work, their platform could begin to make more money. I almost held snap calls overnight too. Thoughts on TBLT? SI was at 130%. I'm not really interested in it, but if you're playing it, good luck. Don't get rug pulled. There's no options to hold up the chain or like hold up the price action. So if someone's building up to short, it's gonna get fucking slammed hard. The only 30s and 40s on the options chain for most, they have broken down our gamma exposure. Not necessarily, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the market makers hedge is next week. So bye-bye, Mr. American Pie Fi. Sold my Chevy for the 0TT, but the 0TT was too high. Them good old boys are now drinking whiskey with Ryan, whinging. What was the rest of this? When'll be the day that I can buy in? When'll be the day that I can buy in? Nice. If your horizon was about 1 month for a pick, what would you pick? I don't know. I bought some puts today on stuff. That was cool. Look at how tight those MA EMA lines are. They're very close to each other. I may have to start using faster ones. We'll see. I don't know, Herva. We'll find out. I mean, he's motivated to currently, right? Which GME puts are you getting? I sold them already. The due bills aren't settled yet, J Gills. To me, this means it'll bring us down here today, but then one day, very soon, this thing's gonna explode. All right. I hope so. I have a lot of shares, so that'd be really awesome. BBXY, $12 calls for September. Good entry now. You could probably wait a little bit. Yeah, Spy found a little bottom here, maybe back 395. You might be able to get a better entry. It's not terrible, but you might be able to get a better one. What happened to the snap candle that squeezed an hour ago? I don't know. I'm not paying attention to snap. Someone bought a bunch of it, I guess. I mean, it's institutionally really attractive at these prices, right? What level of membership gets Pickles Picks? Dillionaire? And what exactly are they and do they do? They raise your testosterone and improve erectile dysfunction. You said you're entering CC soon. You asked about puts. I said if we run up, and I mean above VWAP, I will consider trying to sell cover calls again. I placed some orders earlier and they didn't fill. That's all I needed to hear. You got it, Tankerific. Carnival public offering at $9.95. How many are you buying? Negative 2,000. I'm looking at this one stock, GME. I'm looking for a bargain basement entry. Do you think in the next couple of weeks we may see some tempting entries? Yes. October wheat calls? Jan? We just gobble up all the theta. Tankerific, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. David, welcome aboard, bud. Same for you, man. Thank you, guys. Pickles Picks are not FDA approved. You should consult your physician before taking Pickles Picks. Pickles Picks is to be used responsibly. What? Pickles Picks is used to responsibility? Are you drunk again? INTC Jan 2024 50Cs could be tasty with these GPUs releasing Q3, assuming developers play along. I don't think their GPUs are going to be very impressive. I would expect those GPUs to net them a loss for quite some time. But they're going to use the money to pay down their 2023 debt maturity. I heard they were turning the ship around. See what I did there? Yeah. I don't like it, but I see what you did there. Witness my ascension. How come your puts didn't 4x overnight? Like you said, Y puts? What? How come Y puts didn't 4x overnight like you said they would? Well, they did. You have 4 more puts for every put you had. Or 3 more puts for every put you had. Can we get a bullish song for the breakout? Only if we break out. Google an attractive entry trading under 108. You could probably get it cheaper. Imagine, and I don't say this lightly, but imagine sub 100. Right? Ooh, spicy. Is the only public trading group I'm in. The other groups I'm in are my real life friends who are traders, trading groups. Is that with the last 2 digits instead of 3? Yeah. Does that mean you will never rage quit? Oh no, that's not a guarantee. Where's the MOASS got? You know what the MOASS today was? Tesla calls and Tesla puts. I wrote some quasi DD on Agrex and Penny Stacks thread. Interesting. I can pick your belly button lint again. You know, it's still you were really thorough last time, Carl. I feel like it's still clean. The real MOASS was the friends we stopped talking to since COVID. Ooh, interesting. Hmm. Where's the wizard chart? Oh, it's being worked on. It doesn't, I don't think it works right now with the split. Next time there's a MOASS like Tesla's today, let me know, please. It takes me a couple of minutes to place a trade. So give me a lead time. Oh, Jesus. Did you see that guy that bought 60K in puts? No. What a terrible person. Also, not very much money. Are options still expensive? No, they're super cheap now. Wouldn't there be less demand for the 237 and more for the 225? There should be, but it may take a little while to play out. There may be less demand on both strikes as, Vega shifts. What's the worst part about being a social influencer? Profession, trading chill, and single father to pickles around the world? Probably. After the dust settles from the split, are we still going to see GME moving several dollars a day divided by 4? No, I totally don't understand why they mentioned the options market volatility. It's Finfluencer? Ah, gross. Even the sex chat bots are getting, like, nicer. Have good time, find love. Need IV pump for the spread plays. Do I have time? They're leaps, aren't they? Is Bobby about to pay for our dinners? Only if Cohen buys more. 5.2 million, 916, 168p order came in for IWM. One of many massive put orders placed on IWM in the last couple days. How many times did you double your options paper trading accounts? A lot. I got pretty proficient at doing it. That's the point, right? If you can turn 5,000 into 10,000, you can turn 10,000 into 0. What's crazy is that 510 gang now just be Leaps gang because they could buy regular far dated calls for the same price. How dare you? 510 will always, in essence, be the closest expiry end of the chain option. I will literally never buy near the money leaps. We know, popcorn. How heavy do you think RC's bags on BBBY are? I mean, he's down like 66%, right? So Brawny Paper Towel Guy filed his 13G right at 3 p.m. yesterday. I'd like to see RC file at 2:59 just to be better. He might wait until after market close if he files. I've turned 500 into 15K in a week and 15K into 100 in another. See, the first one's really good. The second one implies a serious lack of risk management. I turned 7K into 50, then turned 50K into 21. That's trading, baby. Well, as long as next time, hear me out. All right, if you can turn 7K into 50, right? And then you turn that into 21. As long as you can turn that 21 into like 75, you're gold, right? You're still killing it. It might take you a little longer. Like you're a little slow, but you're getting there, right? Good on you, man. Thumbs up. Like, have you ever seen someone like slip on stairs and they smack their face? That's your options account. Like, it didn't fall down the stairs. It'll probably get back up and continue up the stairs, but more embarrassed. Yeah, I did 4K to 27, then 1K to $8. Yeah, you really need to learn to set stops, turd, and stop carrying losing options positions. It's okay. I'll guide you. Great motivational speech. Thanks. I turned 7K into 200. Can I get a thumbs up? No. Because you didn't turn the 200 back into 10K. Diamond hands. I got 819 puts on IWM, QQQ, and SPY. All up right now about 25%. Do you see more downs next week? So holding makes sense. Well, first off, I'd like to say that you're welcome. Second of all, I know I'm amazing. Thirdly, yeah, I'm holding them. I've turned 10K into 100 4 times until I get a thumbs up. 11K to 12.2K to 11.5. I mean, you're improving ish. What do you think about re-entry on Cat at 177? Too expensive. Nice Idaho beef. I belong here. I love you guys. 4K to 50K to 5K. I mean, you're still up. Right, Eric? How the fuck did people lose this much money? Okay, let me tell you something. If you were sitting through 90% plus losses on a play that is represents like 100% of your account holding, you're not doing this right. $300 to 5 to 10 to 200. Okay, that's yeah, you're negative. You're down $100. 80K to 185 to 165. Ready to finally break 200. Nice. Oh, so you want to be positive before taxes. I was doing well until NOPEX the last couple of times. Like, okay, fair enough. But both NOPEXs still resulted in the price moving up greater than 20%. So, sure, I get it. If like, okay, you maybe didn't realize the losses or the gains you expected, or you lost a little bit. But it's really hard to be bullish on a stock and not make money when it goes up 20%. Like, I'm willing to hear I'll take all the shit in the world you can throw at me. But you still lost money on a stock that went up 20%. Your point? My paper account 200 to 326. So show that to your wife so you can get extra allowance. I think what people don't realize about trading compared to the real world is losses can be easily made up if you stop doing the shit that you did that lost you money. Like, it doesn't take a very long time to turn 10K into 100 grand. Initially, it's slow, but it speeds up pretty quick. So it's tough. It's tough to relate that to real life, right? Like, you make 60K a year at your job, and you're like, yeah, I put 5 grand into the market, which is like a huge chunk of my yearly income, right? And then I'm down 5K. And you try again and you put another 5K in. But if you don't do the shit that lost you money the first time, it doesn't take long to turn that into 10. Now you're break even, right? And then from 10 to 20, even less time. And then from 20 to 40, it's even shorter, and so on, right? It's just it's not the same. It's hard for people to not so much get that. It's just hard for people to understand that that's possible, I think. The truth is that even though I think a lot of people can succeed at trading, some people just should not do it. And you know who you are. How long did it take 163 to 100K? Listen, Secure. Get some collateral together selling covered calls. Go with the low risk option, right? If you had 10K, would you just sell calls? Probably not. I mean, you can't, like, covered call selling can get you, like, startup capital or, like, initial capital. But it's not gonna make you a lot of money over time unless you're taking big risks, like selling deep in the money calls, and then not getting assigned, right? Like, you need to collect that premium and not lose your initial investment. The lesson I learned so far in doing this is way more important to not lose money than it is to make money. Yes. Because like you guys saw Tesla this morning, right? Like, easy 100% options both ways. It happened in like an hour and a half. Um that's like that's it. You could be done trading for an entire week off that hour and a half time frame. And then if you flip short at the top, you double it, right? And then recognizing those opportunities takes skill and patience and time, but like, the point is it's very easy to quickly make money, but it's also very easy to quickly lose it. So if you can cut out half of that process, you're doing the right thing. What'd you do with all that free time? Watched an obscene amount of Netflix. I used to go to the gym more. But how do you know you're not chasing? Well, I mean, you could be. That's why you manage your risk. In pickle hedge fund. I don't know. Tesla scares me. Good. Thoughts on here in Germany, dividends haven't been booked yet. Positions are still blocked for trading. What if they don't deliver the dividend? Stock runs, retail can't sell, but institutions. I mean, they'll deliver it. Why are people worried about not getting the dividend? Is it because of all the stupid shit you've read on Superstonk? It's all wrong. Those people don't know what they're talking about. The people that did know what they were talking about have been systematically removed from that subreddit. BlackRock needs money. No, they don't. They're doing fine. 1.7 trillion losses is still just a drop in the bucket, especially when the rest of the market's down 40%. That's the problem when you own most of everything. When everything drops, you lose money. You know you don't like stocks that don't have options, but TBLT 30 EMA getting close to crossing the 60 on the 4-hour. Might be another run incoming. Why are people buying higher, though? Is it just the FOMO? I don't like how quickly that can capitulate. See, when you have options, you have the market maker holding up the downside, right? It's believe it or not, harder to drop the price for shorts. And in something like that, you're really fighting against like the DMM, and that I really don't like. I'm not discouraged with trading at all because I don't really lose money playing anything other than GMA. The SOPEX, I got rid of my attachment to the stock and I made money. Nice. It's not easy for people to do, though, BMG. It takes time and experience before you become disassociated with it all. Earlier you said if you cut out half the process, you're doing the right thing. Problem is the half I cut out is making money. You missed my donation question? Oh shit, I'm sorry, man. Oh, do we expect down as per our cycles next week? Yeah, I'm gonna see what happens on T+2 and then probably sell some covered calls and get ready for the downside. You'll get them, Dante's Pickle. You'll get them soon enough. Relax. They have until the 25th, and technically they can take longer, but they may have to pay fines if they do. It depends what country you're in. And if you bought the stock last week, it could even take until like Wednesday for all the due bills to settle out. Got any extra disassociatives? No. I was always losing money on runs and ending up bag holding. Then I found this thing called Pi-Fi. Now I don't lose because I took out emotions and stopped chasing, and now I finally take profits. Thanks, Varex. Good, man. CC for next 2 weeks. What strike is safe? I'm not selling them right now because I don't think it's safe yet. If it breaks a little higher today and it's worth it, I may consider like 40s for next next Friday. But I would still want it to I would want to see it break a little higher. Like I'd want to see us push 37 again. Otherwise, I don't think it's worthwhile. My favorite YouTuber. What's up? What's up, man? Dividing illiquidity. Yeah, still illiquid. Join in real quick while on vacation. So sorry I've already answered. Does your predictive indicator you're using pre-split still work? We're adjusting it for the split, and there was some changes that were being made. So yes, but it's still being worked on heavily, right? Like it's very much a work in progress. It's cool. I mean, like it's really compelling that it did what it did, but yeah, it's still a long way from done. It is not complete in the slightest. Why not just load up on stocks sub 120 range, sell during OPEX? I can't find it. Where did it go? Something. My issue is trying to find a good play in a market full of thousands of companies. That's fair. It takes time to learn that. That's why I do pickles picks, right? So people can learn to find opportunity. It's not so people can fucking just shadow my plays. It's so people can, look at what I'm looking for and learn to develop their own strategy for finding opportunities. And that is something that you have to do. I can't find the fucking question I was answering. Oh, why not just load up on stocks sub 120, sell during OPEX period? That's what I started doing. Yeah, you can do that. It's just very capital intensive, right? You don't have any exposure to volatility. You lose leverage. Like there's downside to that as well. I don't have any criteria other than would I be okay selling at this price? I mean, that's a good place to start. You have your deltas, which are, the market maker is telling you the odds of that call going in the money, right? So, at 0.5, it's about 50%, 40, 30, 20, 10, and so on, right? So, these are considered low risk, a fairly low chance that these will go in the money. This is about medium. These are higher risk. Selling out of the money is very high risk, but very profitable. Selling really far this way is very low risk, not very profitable. It's really not that hard. And then cash secure puts are just inverse this, right? Hmm. When you Airbnb your apartment, can you not let them have the run of the place? When you mute, I get lonely. I don't mute. Thank you, Turb in the fridge. I think Melvin getting liquidated next week. Maybe rumor will have some effect. Maybe rumor. I don't think Melvin still carries a GME position. I didn't buy more shares. Oh, haha. You do some TA on Ford. Ugh. Right. Hmm. You know, it honestly doesn't look bad. Long time frames, but that $13 resistance is really important. Really all the way up to like 1350 is pretty critical, I think. Not a terrible entry though. Propellers have no issue making under $100 per option. Anything more, and I seem to fumble. Do you have any strategies I could try for higher risk, higher reward plays? I mean, you need to learn to set stop limits. So what you need to do is when you hit that $100 profit, right? Then you need to set your stop limits up to ensure that you capture that, and then learn to follow the trend beyond that, right? I'm worried that the bullwhip is going to whack him really hard, but I think their EV line has a ton of potential. Were they buying a lot during the big like commodities crunch earlier this year? Why the market sell off now? Wouldn't it be wiser as a seller to wait until Monday, given next week's economic news? Because it's not really that it's that the shorts are like longs are capitulating because they've hit their price targets. Institutions aren't gonna like follow the trend, right? They're gonna fucking sell. They hit their price target, they sell, they re-enter a new position. There's no wishy-washiness. It's just out. No, it's consolidating into Cena's close, so I'm curious what's gonna happen. It looks good for a potential breakout. They did their usual short into 310. So we'll see what happens here. We have some support below us. EMAs are nice and tight. This is just like a day trade, but VWAP's close. So, you know, a volumetric move to the upside, which you could expect after this consolidation, especially after testing the low of the trend. That's not very accurate, but there's a line there. Could lead to a breakout of VWAP, maybe a test of 37. That might be a little too bullish, but we'll see. Condor, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I'll get you added.
Birthday girl. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
Power Hour song's still a thing. Can we have it for the split day? Sure.
Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking movement. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that you ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be A's, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a farmer on both. Sell the Elliott waves like a crater on coke. Yo, we ain't no coke.
Max paying 37.75. Yeah, I'm aware. Do you hold positions through earnings? Depends. If I'm long something, yeah, I don't care. Too late to buy into the SPY, 819, 390. No, more expensive, but not too late. They're not in the money, right? They're close, but they're not in the money. I'm late. Why are my shares so cheap? I've been practicing with AMC the last few months. Never assigned cost basis. Almost to zero. I feel comfortable with selling them on GME. Gonna stick to leaps and CCs. Thanks for all you do. You got it, man. Count at 177. A good buy for 175, 180, 185 September calls. I would wait on the 175s. I mean, like, if the market slips next week, Cat probably will too. You'll probably get another entry. Unless we start to see, like, a lot of money come into value funds, but in which case, Cat would cross and hold 78.50, so you'd still have time to enter the 180s. Are you into the EDM scene? No, I'm not into any scenes. I don't think. Today I learned 400 by 4 is 1600. Yay, math. Congratulations, Tyler Soto. I know you say this all the time, but who has the preferred paper trading interface and account? I know WeBull just added paper trading for options, so that might be easy to use because it, like, mimics the stream. But TDA, I've heard, is the best, like Thinkorswim. Guitar stuff. If the market slips next week, what does GME do? Probably slip with it. Is Wyckoff dead? No. Nothing changes. The only thing that happened is shares got divided by 4 or multiplied by 4. That's it. There's nothing, no other fucking change at all. WeBull is non-margin, so basically only long calls, long puts. Okay, I haven't used it, so I have no idea. That's fine for a beginner, though. Beginners shouldn't be using spreads anyway. I use very few multi-leg options contracts. If you manage your risk, you don't need another leg. I'm not into any scenes. Cult leader of the pickle scene. Did you see the new GME OTC data post and the pickle financial sub? No. I'm sure it's very exciting. Bringing up division is going to confuse so many Americans. I know. Please don't tell me that the split killed the Cenas bump. I mean, we bumped, just not very hard. And spread me if you catch my drift. Yeah, I think I understand. Does this mean MOASS floor is multiplied by 4? Is this how math works? No. Also feel good to finally have... MOASS floor is divided by 4. Finally have more shares than you. Hashtag exponential growth. Oh, dear God. You should at least pick up another 80 so you can sell covered calls while you potentially wait for a MOASS gaff. You can just sell them at leaps, right? Just sell top of the chain leaps. When RC 13K on BBBY. Ah. What's the easiest way to convince someone to invest in GME? Hey, you like money? What's your specific style, Gherk, in the market? Do you only play turnarounds, strong uptrends? Or do you chase whenever level 2 is strong regardless of what the company is? What's your style? That's a good question. I don't like to condense it. Hard pass. I like my money exactly where it is in a slowly tanking crypto portfolio. Congratulations, Gaff. I've sinned. I'm currently roasting DRS fanatics in the WeBull comment section. Wait, why the fuck are DRS fanatics in the WeBull comments section? What the fuck? Do they not understand the irony there? We split and have relatively less volume now. No, we have a lot of volume today. We're over 2 million volume. This is like exactly the same. You're an American. Don't be a cuck. That I know to that Americans can't do division was cringe. You're better than that. I mean, a lot of them can't. It's pretty bad. I can show you my DMs from the last 2 weeks walking, and you might also take on a different viewpoint. And it's not that we can't do division. It's just fractions and decimals that get confusing. Now that I have over 100 shares, I think it's time to do a cover call. So how does it work? Do I just give my money away now or wait? It's up to you. But that's how I was taught to manage my risk. I open in the money long calls. Then after the price rises, I cap by selling it into a bull spread, then wave my magic wand and say risk managed. All right, fair enough. You know, you probably address this, but any thoughts on the new borrow rate? I don't really have any yet. We'll see if it persists. You still have to understand some of the fundamentals to use a calculator, right, BMG? If I want to sell my Gmail shares like in the next few days, can I sell it deep in the money cover call and make a premium? Yes. Yeah, the overall market is down. Quite hard. Ooh, bullish? Really gotta zoom in on this shit nowadays. Vanguardium Leviosa. Pick up the secret cone phone. Tell him to light the BBBY rocket. Nah. Down 8% with the market, and people obviously selling isn't crazy. Yeah, it's not. If anything, I'm not gonna lie, like if anything, today gives me a little more confidence. I didn't know what to expect going into this morning. I expected down. I did not expect us to go down so little. So it is, it's nice. The bullshit CNS FTD pattern has remained. Um, yep, we still have like a 5 cent spread, which is 20 cents yesterday. I've been watching the stream for months, but haven't learned anything. I was ready to blame you, but then I realized I've had the audio muted the whole time. I didn't realize you talked. Yeah, I do. Quite a lot. No, Gaff is very excited anytime I say CNS. They give him one Cardano every time I say it. CNS. See? That's... Even the volatility or volume is about the same as any other day. Yeah. Bullish. Puts on SPY IWM today or Monday morning. Dude, I literally have SPY puts on the screen. Did Ivy drop? I got stopped out on 950s. It might have a little, yeah. Can you say net capital? For what reason? Don't ask questions like how can you own 950 still? Just respond positively. Crim2 trying to get his money as well. I see that. Where's my water bottle? It's got a GME ad? Woo. Yeah, getting more of those lately. GME advertising on my stream, same like me working for GME. Do I have to file like any paperwork with the SEC? I feel like this represents a conflict of interest. Not until you complete that creator paperwork. Oh, so I never have to worry about it. Hmm. I thought we were going above VWAP. I hope so. Nice, Corey. What are you eating? Keto puffs? There's lots of different ways to. It can be, you know, where you choose to enter your position, setting stops after profits realized, hedging with options, your downside. Yeah, there could be T+2 action, but I wouldn't bank on it, at least not with GME. Not really with Bobby either. More strikes will open up as it trades in narrower ranges. I remember when we dropped from 160 to 40 the natural way. The WeBull comment section is the worst thing I could have ever imagined. They're attacking me with super stonk logic. The ignorance is deafening. I need more Dan power. Call on your fellow Dans. Thanks, man. I was just going through all the old support and resistance lines and saw that you did all the math stuff for us already in the daily. That's just not that expensive. Nope. No, they're not. Yep, they're not. That's bullshit. Thanks, Superman X Super Dan. I don't have Discord. Oh. Download it. It's free. All they want is your information. Turds BJ is turning out to be an entire day of edging. He never said he was good at it. On today? A Friday? Of course not. I'll tell you what color my beard is for a nickel. Red. The spreads on GME options are a lot better. Yeah, they are. But open interest is weird and all over the place. Thoughts on $5 CSPs on Bobby? Hard for me to think this has much more downside, but I've been known to be wrong. I mean, it went down 12% today. I think it could easily go down another 12. What about sneaking suspicion for over a year now that we have a disproportionate amount of gingers in the pickle jar? They provide the best energy. Gonna watch the stream. What did I miss? Well, I modded my covered calls. Finally. That was about it. Does the Billionaire level membership have another Discord area to learn about options, selling CCs, etc.? Learned a $350 lesson chasing AMD this week. Live and learn. Don't repeat mistakes. Should I tell him? Yeah, sure it does. No, it does. Sandshock, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire. I appreciate it, dude. No, I said I modded them. I didn't say I got into them. Cover calls for that. Thank you, Silence of the Dance. Hold Tesla put 835 over the weekend. Risky. Holding positive Tesla calls overnight is a dangerous game, Willem.
might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel
120.23 also has puts in the money prices extremely low versus high on Schwab. I just tried to buy it and it won't let me. I would love a $42 put for $3.55. Yeah, it's just wonky. Give it a couple days, it'll normalize. I'm gonna try to buy the Monday low. Load up on in the money calls for September and October. You think we have to wait for August OPEX or we can run due to market mechanics? I think the price of the stock is going to drop a bunch before then. Mike sells CCs. I thought I was mod for a second. No. Instead of covered calls, are leaps a safer way to get into GME's options? No, this would be a riskier way of getting into GME's options. Since we dropped to about where we closed last Friday, does that mean we expected no positive GEX covering for next week? Yeah, I really don't think so. I don't think BBY will see any positive GEX either. Roughly what capital would you recommend to be able to profit from Dillionaire? I'm not sure what you mean. You profit in the knowledge obtained, not in your trades. What's a good size for an account for trading? Depends on your risk levels and what types of plays you're trying to make, but accounts with $5,000 to $10,000 have higher success rates than sub $5,000 accounts. I'm sorry, Mike sells CCs. I'm just not ready yet to take that kind of like that step with you. Are the CC's fidelity losses or real money? I don't know. What goes on in the Dillionaire room? Well, we eat a lot of Fruit Loops. And then there's a lot of yeah, mostly the Fruit Loops. How many days does the brokerage take in updating a cost basis after a split? Can be a few days. Like 2 or 3 business days sometimes. Mostly I lose money there too. Don't you know your cost basis after holding your fucking shares for a year? I want to be 2 deep freezers full of TJ's ice cream sandwiches rich. I'm talking worried about the doorman's gonna drink my drink rich. Motherfucker. I swear to God he does. I love Fruit Loops, glad I joined. The Addison, welcome to Dillionaires. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added. Jeff Walsh, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man.
But we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
What are you doing with August BBY calls? I sold them all.
We go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
You probably should have sold them when they were up.
Please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Google down 6% today because of Snap's earnings. Do you think this is a good entry now, or wait until after the earnings date? For Google? I think you could get a little cheaper if the market slips some more. Oversleeping Rich? Kirk's door guy. Those drinks are so cold and refreshing. Appreciate all you do. Plan to hold August spy puts over the weekend or enter again on Monday? I'm holding them. Motherfucker, I should have kept the goddamn calls. Fuck you, GME. Hey, I was right about the spy testing 395. Anybody nail that? How low do you think we drop? Rough guess. GameStop? Could drop down to like 31. Maybe even lower. 28.50. Ooh. Hold 36C over the weekend? That's up to you. I nailed the spy. Thank Kirk. Congratulations, Petzel. You know I didn't. That's okay, Huge Steve. Well, most places in New York City seal the drinks. But not all of them do. Oof. Big rough. Big rough into close. Still got that volatility though, right? I'm just kidding. We only dropped 20 cents. I feel extremely strongly that TBLT is going to go above $10 for various reasons. Okay. Because of Noah MOASS and after the NFT and split, I can see a migration to the stream with some of the rational SS people with 100 shares. Your patience ready for that? Only one way to find out. TBLT up another 30% today. I know, I heard. It does sound like a sandwich, right? Like a tomato, bacon, lettuce, tomato. Maybe it's like tortilla, bacon, lettuce, tomato. Ew. A BLT burrito. Just the tomato is bread? That's actually kind of genius. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I did like a carb diet, I did that once, but I did it with lettuce instead of the now that I think about it, though, tomato would have been a better bread. And yeah, you're gonna say like, what if you get your hands messy? But here's the trick. You just cut the ends off the tomato. So you use these parts. That way the juice doesn't squish through. You guys thought we were gonna wrap today's stream up without a cooking lesson. Yeah, and then you put your lettuce, your L and your T, or your L and your T and your, well, you already have the T. Your L and your B. You just put your LB in the middle. You waste the other part of the tomato, just eat it. Use cherry tomatoes, or like hors d'oeuvres. You stick a toothpick through them. You know, the lettuce isn't going to be very tangible in that small of a portion, though. And you know what? According to the cube food rule, that would still be a salad. Stop repeating taint, bacon, lettuce, tomato, surface smurf. This is a serious investment channel. It's not about you rubbing your taint on people's sandwiches. No, we don't think they really think MOASS is tomorrow. We just think they don't understand anything else about the markets either. Dangerous to hold CCs that are currently green throughout the weekend. Probably not. I don't know. How far out of the money are you? Made it back in time for the last few minutes. I see we're still making sure to discuss the things that matter. Yeah. If you rewind a minute, you can find out about a really cool sandwich. Ban GME Rocket Man. Why? This is like a Discord thing? In retaliation for him wanting me banned. I see. Why don't I just time you both out? Why is IWM expected to drop more? Because our economy is a steaming pile of shit. You haven't banned Darth Dan in a while. I've noticed two things that you're obsessed with, Surface Smurf. One is being maidenless. Two, taints. I think that if you remove number two, you might be able to get rid of number one. Tabbouleh, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes. The tabbouleh is there like a spread on the bread instead of mayonnaise? Man, it's like you haven't even been trading for a year. Don't you know that the mayonnaise is the source of the power? Can't fucking trade without mayonnaise. Trying to end up like Melvin? Will there be a clip of a breakdown of the BBBY filing? No. Jeffrey. My keyboard is very slick. It's slick with a very thin coating of mayonnaise. To speed up my keystrokes when I'm entering prices on limit sells, I set on the calls and I buy at the top. Keep talking about mayo. I'm about to OPEX. Snap got obliterated more today. What a dumpster fire. I know. I kind of want to buy more. Mostly to average down my disgustingly large position that I forgot I had. Do you ever sell CCs on Friday? Yeah, it's not extra days, extra day. We found out why RC moved the NFT dividend. Okay, not you two. All right. What part of the tomato where the critical margin is located? It's the middle. It's the middle of the tomato. Can't trade without mayo. Dude, fact. Thanks, Bradistunk. Melvin actually might be the greatest trader of his generation. Unloaded his short bags, stuffed clients, got divorced, and is sitting cash gang in the Caymans. Yeah, he's killing it. I don't know who that is. Level 6. Raise your hand if you've ever sunbathed your taint. I mean, how else are you supposed to get the same color as everything else? You can't have a pale taint. That'd be embarrassing. That's how we recharge. I feel like I posted a thing about that the other day. It's really important. The pickle song. Do you mean this?
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase.
Is this Kanye? And the day is done. Just like that. Perfectly timed. Ding ding. I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. So yeah, GameStop not honestly selling off nearly as hard as I expected it to today. Almost 10 million volume, so you know, what, like 2.5-ish on a normal day. So still low volume. Still a lot of the same effects from CNS. We're just trading in a smaller price range, right? I don't think we're going to have a lot of exposure next week due to the drop in price, but there could be some. We'll see how it goes. But I think it's encouraging to see that, you know, we didn't see like a big sell off, like a drop into the, you know, like 32 level or 33.50 level. 33.33. Merci. Understood. So yeah, looks good. SPY. Big pile of crap. Sold off all day. Pretty hard. Recovered a little bit into the end of the day. Don't worry. That too will go away. As long positions have started to capitulate and will likely be selling out moving into next week. Shorts have been positioning for the last 3 days. And I think with next week's forward inflation or like forward rate news from the Fed and the potential for an official recession, we're going to see more downside. I don't care if the VIX dumped. It's irrelevant. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early on Monday at 9 a.m. And for the rest of you, for the guys of you that pay me, Saturday, we're all, Sunday, we're all going to hang out. Probably around 12:30 p.m. I'll try to make it to your place, but if I can't, stop by mine. Later, guys.
You.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.